What's up, everybody? Welcome to another episode here in this reviewed and ranked series. I am the warrior of hype. And today we're going to do things a little different. Today, we're going to just jump right into analysis. What do you guys think about that? You guys like the idea of just jumping right into analysis rather than doing the ranking? You guys good with that?
I like it.
Excalibro's here with me, right there to the right. And then up there in the top right of your corner of the screen there, that is the Dragoon King. So let's get into this analysis. All right, we're going straight into it.
Now, these two guys, they're from Smash Bros, right? So this guy and then the guy with the white hair.
So the guy with the white hair is his name is Sephiroth, and yeah, he is in Smash Brothers. Yes.
Wait, wait, they're from Smash? Oh,
yes.
wow.
Yeah. So this game.
Good. I just want to make. Yeah.
This game is it's a continuation of the Smash Bros. Lore. So we meet this flower girl again. At the beginning of the game, chapter 1, we meet the flower. Yeah, chapter 2, we meet the flower girl, and there's really absolutely really nothing important said between. I did a detailed analysis of this conversation, and I found nothing of interest. What about you guys?
Yeah. So is this going to reveal his final Smash? Like, I'm a little. What's going on here?
Well, see,
I think this is the Smasher Pass part of Smash Bros.
That's it. And obviously, we're going to pass because let me tell you what is absolutely Smash: the Whispers. And this is it's time for the Warrior of Hype's Get Hype moment. I love when the Whispers come in here and just absolutely ruin that iconic scene, dude. Oh my god, dude. I can't continue this any longer. I said the Whispers, like it almost left a bad taste in my mouth. This is definitely April Fool's. Chapter 8 of Remake. We're not doing that.
That's funny.
We'll get right into the actual thing here. You guys ready for that?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's switch over to the real thing. Chapter 8, all that glitters. This is Chapter 8 of Rebirth, everybody. And we are going to kick this one off with our rankings. So let's go over to that right now. And we'll find out where all that glitters ranks among the first 8 chapters. Oh, guys might be surprised.
Yeah.
Let's see. It is ranking in at number 3. At number 3.
Crap.
So,
Okay.
the way that this works, of course, we all ranked it. We all tally up the points. Remind me this time to please show the fan vote, as the fan vote does get to break a tie if there is a tie between us. But also, I kind of want to highlight the fans as well. All right, so let's remind me to do that at the end here. So anyways, it is ranking in at number 3. And we're going to start off with the Dragoon King. You have it at number 6.
I do. So, it's a very fun chapter to play. I'm gonna put that out there. I did enjoy playing this one more than like 7 and 3 for sure. I have some opinions on some pacing and narrative decisions that were made in this chapter. But it didn't take away from how much fun I actually had playing it, which I think is an equally, important thing, especially when we're reviewing the series. So narratively, this one falls towards the bottom for me, but I got to say it's probably one of the more fun ones, which is a shame that it ranks a bit lower on my list so far. So,
well,
can't wait to get into that.
Let's get into what Excalibro thought, as Excalibro ranks it in at number 2.
Damn.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And I'm going to do what I did last week. I think I'm going to keep this running where I'm just going to blast through. I'm going to buggy blast through my explanation. So you have the Gold Saucer. You have Andrea Rodea Dance Number. You have Dio's Dancing Pecs. You have Mini Games, G-Bike, Space Ranger, 3D Brawler, Dio's Speedo, Haunted Hotel, Sephiroth, Kate Sith, Dio's Mustache, Solemn Gus, Dine, Zack on Track, Palmer's Frog Mechs, Dio's Crazy Quads, Marlene, Barrett's Flashback, and the Buggy Blast. Like, there's a lot here to love, man. And personally, just the Gold Saucer I was so hype to get into the Gold Saucer, and I was hyped to return to it. And I have a lot of thoughts about the Barrett sequences, especially since having played through it multiple times, my opinion has sort of shifted, and we will get into that later.
Absolutely, we will. So we're going to go over to me. Listen, I love this chapter, and I hate this chapter. All right, so this vote for me, this ranking was very difficult. Second playthrough was better than the first. When it comes to the latter half of this chapter, first half of this chapter is freaking amazing. Like the Gold Saucer, everything was so good about that. It falls apart a little bit for me, and we'll get into that, of course. So this was very hard for me to rank because we talk about this sometimes with Sephiroth and the live stream and all that other stuff about negativity being 5 times more potent than a positive one, right? So whenever I love something and then I have a little bit of hate for something, or like a little bit of like distaste, hate is a strong word here, but maybe I don't hate it, but yeah, I have a distaste or dissatisfaction for it, and that it's like a blemish. You know, like a scratch on my Lamborghini, my Dodge Viper. You know, it's a little scratch on it, and like, that's what I'm fixated on. But hey, I have a Dodge Viper. What are you doing? You know what I mean? Like, so anyways, this chapter is very much that, where I'm like, there's a blemish on this, but it is still good that I put it at number 3. It is still so good that it ranks that high. So I wanted to set that up before I revealed it, because it is still at number 3. I was looking at this rankings for a long time thinking, God, where does this fall? I mean, I love so much. I think about all the highs of this chapter, and I'm like, man, yeah, that's above Fool's Paradise. That's above, is it above Fall of a Hero? And I start thinking about Fall of a Hero. I start to remember a little bit of that, the vacuums and stuff like that. But, I mean, this chapter is really, really good, guys. But it's also, we're going to have to get into it. So anyways, that was my rankings. We're going to go down here. Take a look at the fan rank. The fan ranks it Dawn of a New Era at number 1. All That Glitters at number 2. A New Journey Begins, Those Left Behind, Fool's Paradise, Fall of a Hero, Blood in the Water, and Deeper into Darkness. That is the fan ranking. And then for audio listeners, which I do care about you guys, I'm just so sorry I haven't uploaded very often. I'm so sorry about that. I had somebody write in the survey that they were like, hey, I wish you'd upload a little bit more frequently with the audio. I'm like, oh, yo, audio listener, thank you. So for the audio listeners, the ranking from 8 to 1 goes 3, 7, 5, 1, 6, 8. That's this chapter at number 3. 2 and 4 at number 1. And now, let us begin. All right, so here we go. We're going to open up with this incredible cutscene. Oh, let's turn the music down there. This incredible opening cutscene here of the Gold Saucer. Oh my God. This might be my get hype moment right here. This actually might be the get hype moment. I'm already hype.
All right, pack it up.
This is the Warrior of Hype's get hype moment right here. This is amazing. I love they took something. It might even be my best Rebirth. I don't know yet, but they took that opening cutscene in the OG, and this is just beautiful, man. Like, so what did you guys think of this?
It's pretty.
Yeah.
It's a really, it captures the magic of going up to the saucer. And I think
come on, dude. Look at that. Oh, man.
Epic,
all right.
Dude. Absolutely gorgeous cutscene.
I know, man. Oh, and then also I kind of want to go back to a little bit to the ranking just for a moment to kind of check in with the final fan. Centurion wrote in and said, you guys made me change my opinion about Chapter 7. I'm still not a fan of it, but it's not my least favorite anymore, and your reviews carry weight. That means a lot. That does mean a lot. And then shout out to Han Ford, who ranked this chapter as number 1. Thank you so much for letting us know. You appreciate us in the feedback section of the survey. We appreciate you too. Thanks so much for watching. And everybody else who filled out that survey, we really, really sincerely appreciate your feedback and your votes. And your questions that we'll get to. So, this part right here was actually really awesome, and it might not be like, something that's high on everybody's list, but I really love how they capture the feeling of going to an amusement park. They just perfectly capture it because you can hear the music, and it's like, it's muffled, right? You can hear it off in the distance. Whenever you go to an amusement park, you hear that music off in the distance, and you're getting closer to it. The music's getting louder, and oh my god! And that music, so good, dude. It's the perfect amusement park music. Like the way they took that original, and then just enhanced it,
That's it. Everything about building up the saucer is really good, especially into the scene that we're going into right now. Which
yeah,
I have a couple of questions about, but no negative criticism. I have some questions about what. What is our player doing here? Are they turning around? No saucer. No saucer.
Actually, you know what? I changed my mind. This is coming from Trophy Gamers on YouTube. Trophy Gamers. But
shout out Trophy Gamers.
Shout out, man. So there was also an orb of healing materia next to a roadman. I thought that was just interesting. I don't know what to make of it, but interesting that it was just kind of like hovering over that. Yeah. I know in the original game, a lot of the placement of items and materia were actually pretty smart, like strategically placed. Some of them, and especially in later Final Fantasy games, like you start looking at like, this is even in Remake. I think in Remake, before you are heading to an important area in the last chapter, or no, it was maybe in this one. I don't know, but there's subversion materia, and I'm like, got it. Man, that's on the nose. But so I always look at that. Anyways, so we come out here, we see the buggy parking and all that other stuff. So kind of hinting at what we can expect. Let's see. Yeah, because we're going to keep on rolling with this. Now, Shinra is going to, the Turks and Palmer are going to show up in their helicopter. Palmer has new wanted posters, and they seem to have been updated now to feature Cloud, as well as Barrett and Tifa.
Yeah. I thought that was neat, that because last time we saw one of these, Cloud was not there. Mm-hmm. I thought it was always kind of funny that he slipped under the radar, given that he's kind of the lead contributor to most of the chaos Shinra's dealing with. So I feel like it makes sense to finally see that Shinra's acting on getting Cloud captured or killed or something. Because that guy's a real pain in the ass for them.
Yeah.
The guy's a regular pain in the ass. So.
And then also interesting to note that Aerith is not on that list anymore. So
nor is Red. I mean, if we wanted to...
Yeah, exactly. They were serious. Rufus was kind of serious about, that's not... I don't care. I'd be happy to be done with it. Or they want Aerith to lead them to the prom. Not directly, but indirectly. You know what I mean? You're doing.
You don't want to hinder her as
much. You're doing your thing. We're keeping an eye on you, and you're taking us where we need to go. So
doesn't Palmer mention Aerith and Red in this scene too?
Oh, does he?
He does.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I think he does.
I missed it.
He says, if he does mention them. He goes, "Who are these people? Tagging along with a lab rat?"
Oh yeah.
Exactly. That. He says something like that.
Yep, calls him a lab rat. Yeah. By the way, I just want to let you guys know I'm drinking some Mako Dew, the Mako Blast, if you know what I'm talking about.
Nice. I'm drinking some Mako infused water. It's just cucumber
from
water.
The planet's core? What?
Oh, from the planet.
Oh, wow.
Not an ad placement. But you should drink it because it's good. Not spicy.
Bicycle in water.
Whoa. You're not sipping on that Benora juice, bro? Oh,
not this time.
Not this time.
Not this time.
Not this time.
All right. So Palmer's a little upset about this because he feels like, hey, I'm the head of a division. I'm out here handing out posters, and I think this is kind of Yeah, pause.
Pause right there.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So interesting, right? Cloud is looking up into the sky, and they show what he's looking at, which is just the sky. He's not seeing this helicopter. He's not viewing them come in. And obviously, there's supposed to be a connection there since they're in the sky. But when we cut back to him, he's still staring up at the sky, which is really interesting because the little Zack interlude coming up. And it makes me wonder. So now we've got Aerith staring up at the sky. And we've got Cloud staring up at the sky. And we don't see why or what they're looking at. It just makes me think. And I'm just going to drop that there and let that cook on you guys for a bit.
Yo, that is because like the way that this is shot, like the way the scene unfolds, it would make you think that he's looking up at the helicopter.
Right,
but now, like if you think about it, it doesn't make any sense. Or, yeah, like
makes no sense. Bro is just
while he's putting that in the crock pot, he'll open it up later.
Let that simmer, bro. Like that is
let it simmer.
Little Zack attack for you, a little early there.
We're gonna get Zack on track soon. That's actually really good. And then like if you ever like I don't know, I think the cloud, like the sky was a little partly cloudy or whatever, but night skies is very associated with cloud. Like if you look at the front cover, right? Cloud is on the left side of the front cover with the night sky in the background, and it's a little cloudy. And then over on the right is Aerith with the clear sky, the blue sky. Or not Aerith, I'm sorry, that's Zack. But it's Zack. But then, like, if you flip it, Tifa's got the night sky, and then Zack has the blue, or Aerith has the blue sky. But Zack fair is meant to be fair weather, fair skies. You know,
fair skies, yeah.
And then Cloud with the cloudy skies, and then also dark nighttime. I like that. So if he's looking up here, what are we looking at here? You know, like, are we looking at the stars? Are we reminiscing about a promise? With
all that light pollution, there ain't no way he's looking at this.
Yeah, are we not? Yeah, exactly. That's actually a good point. So, are we seeing something in the sky and not talking about it? Like, what's going on here?
That's what I'm saying.
Dude, that is super interesting. And then, like, this above cam to kind of, like, really drive that home. And it then kind of has to be kind of taken away from that. Like, kind of snapped out of it. Cloud. Everybody's waiting. Dude,
yep.
That was good. That's good stuff. I really, really love this. I remember walking in and seeing this gold sauce, like this lobby entrance just right here. I stopped and I took a picture. I have it on my PlayStation 5. Like, I was going back looking at it and I'm just like, man, what a moment. I had to like just stop my playthrough and just look at this. Cause I feel like they captured this entrance lobby so good, dude. Like, I love the archway. I love seeing the gold saucer logo with the mug. Oh my god. Aesthetically, this freaking like recreation of the gold saucer is amazing.
It was really cool.
Oh, bro.
Yeah. I play a lot of Final Fantasy 14, so I'm kind of used to being in that saucer all the time. And I was streaming to my friend while playing this, and I'm like, hey man, he plays 14 with me a lot. I'm like, which of the two gold saucers do you think looks better? He said this one. He thought this one looked better, like visually. So I thought that was neat. I think I got to agree. This is one of the coolest interpretations of the gold saucer we've got to have seen. I know 14's a different gold saucer, but still, like, this is insanely cool. I remember getting really hyped walking into it.
It was yeah, go ahead.
This is part of why I rank this chapter so high is because of how well they did this, man. Every area is dope. You know, not just the entryway, but it's going to continue on through. But I mean, as Dan pointed out, this entryway is just looking fire, bro.
Yes. And then, so speaking of Final Fantasy 14, I was trying to... There it is, right here. Hamaguchi says that they aim to enhance the gold saucer by building upon the foundation from Final Fantasy 14. The gondola has been significantly improved in this version. Players are likely going to find it more enjoyable and engaging compared to the previous iterations. That was, of course, Shinra Archaeology Department at Shinra Arc. I'm going to be kind of quoting a couple things that I found from them, including this next part. Again, let's just do it right now. When you arrive at the Gold Saucer in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, there's a big welcome dance, and the choreography for that was done by co-director Toriyama. And Katase says you can find a lot of inspiration from Moulin Rouge in that dance sequence. So there you go. A little bit of something there.
Nice.
This dance, I got a question.
Okay. Oh yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I got.
Yeah, I got questions.
So I got questions. Now listen, I know I've been known to say Square Enix moment, right, on occasion, and here's the thing. I love this. I enjoy this scene a lot, and so Yuffie gets an outfit change. It looks like Kate Sith shoots a materia right into her. She gets an outfit change, and okay, maybe that's why she knows the dance number.
It's a dress sphere.
Dress sphere.
No,
Dress sphere,
we're on it. We're doing the same wavelength, bro.
But,
Yes, sir.
but why do Tifa and Aerith know? Why do they know the dance number? I don't
because it's attached to an all materia, bro. Come on.
Oh, okay, thank you. No, I just was so, dude. Yuffie knowing the dance number was one thing because I'm like, oh, okay, she's about to go and dance and whatever. Oh, she got shot with the materia. Maybe it taught her the number. All good. Then these two get dragged in, grab a fan, and they're just immediately in on it. I'm like,
They're
what
in.
the?
What? Say what? Got this. Got this.
Yeah.
Dude, they're breaking it down too. They know this. They know this dance routine. They know
It's
it.
just like.
Come on, man! And then Andrea shows up. What is this game? I love it. I was smiling ear to ear on this, bro.
This scene is why I'm confident we're going to see a dance number with Andrea Rode in part 3 because they just can't not do it. Right?
They gotta have him back.
Look at this.
We're going back we're going back to Wall Market. We're going back to Wall Market. I love that. Like they even get him to go away. He's like, all right, fine. You win that one. And then and then Dio shows up. And you heard it.
Oh,
you heard it from Excalibur in his little blurb at the top. Yeah. There's a lot of Dio here. A whole lot of Dio, bro. Dio.
Dude, Dio is great. And I think it's really funny that we learned that Yuffie's into muscle daddies. I didn't expect that from her. But her like fainting when he looks at her and starts flexing, that killed me. That was the funniest part of this intro to me.
So great, dude. Yeah, look at make your pecs dance. All
right, this is gonna be my summer bod, guys. I'm
yeah, of course.
The gym after I'm coming
easy,
about
easy.
15,000 calories a day, and 400 grams of
protein. You know what to tell lactic acid, bro. You know what to tell that.
I do.
I do. I don't know if we. Should I be the password? No.
The password is.
Too early.
For the Chocobo Calvary.
Too raunchy. But no, dude, I freaking. Oh man, look at that build. Look at that physique.
Yeah.
Bro.
Oh.
Bro's an absolute unit.
He says, "Nope, you ain't going nowhere." All right, so he's gonna challenge. I like this little scene, or this little line right there. Boom. This was in the trailer. Now, when fate susses a challenge, we must rise to meet it. You know, that's some heavy. That's a heavy line there. You know.
Yeah, it is
coming from this this goofy dude. This muscle daddy.
Muscle daddy. That's a different type of dad bod, bro.
Muscle daddy Dio in the house.
Yep.
Dude, I don't even know where I'm at in my notes right now.
We just roll with it.
I lost the plot, man. I don't know what's going on right now. He challenges
Cloud. Everybody when they see Dio, bro.
Yeah, I mean, made his pecs dance, and I was like.
I do want to point out though, and Jackie noticed this. We noticed how hairy this guy was. This guy doesn't have armpit hair.
Nah, man, come on.
He's very selective. Clearly,
he's very selective. He's got full autonomy.
I mean, he's a man of taste.
He throws it only where he wants. Yeah, he's a man of taste.
Wait, come on,
bro.
Can you imagine if he raised his arm and he just had this big bush of hair?
I wish it would have been funny if it matched his mustache on each side.
Bro just has the dreadlock headlock under each arm.
Oh, dude. Why the hell? Oh Dio.
What do you guys think about this?
Is this the Dio-cast?
This is the Dio-cast, bro. Dio-cast. What do you guys think of this this new fighting boxing mini game here? What do you guys think of that?
I'm gonna tell you, it's a big upgrade from the OG, man. The OG was brutally impossible. I like a game where at least some skill comes into play, right?
I enjoy it. I find this little dance number really funny going into
Yes.
this, but,
and Cloud is doing the same dance routine as in Honeybee Inn. I didn't cross reference this, so maybe I might be mistaken, but I recognize the moves that he's doing, and I'm like, that's the Honeybee Inn. But I don't know.
I can't prove it, but that's
I can't prove it. That's it. But I'm not going to say it is. Okay, I want to make sure that nobody's like, no, dude, I did side by side comparison.
So I want to. All right, this is where I don't know if gameplay and narrative are hand in hand on this. So obviously, this is our introduction to 3D Brawler, and so it's going to be easier by virtue of we're being introduced to it.
Yeah.
But I was thinking to myself during this part, is Dio going easy on Cloud so that he could give him the spotlight later because he's just a good host? And then I actually wanted to bring that up because on a subsequent playthrough of the chapter, because I played it multiple times to see some of the different dates and whatnot, I purposely failed this section to see what would happen because it's kind of hard to. It's a pretty slow, fight. They do it deliberately so you can beat him. Cloud gets his cool champion moment. If you fail this section, so for context, if you succeed, you beat Dio. The girls are going crazy. Barrett gives you the thumbs up. Red's all hyping you up, and Dio raises your arm, and you're the champion. Cloud has a cool moment. If you fail though, the girls are disappointed. Red says something like, "Well, you tried your best." Barrett kind of just looks away. Nobody's particularly happy about it, But what's cool is Dio still grabs Cloud's hand, but instead of calling him like the champion for winning, he says something to the effect of, now a round of applause for our great challenger. And then everybody applauds for Cloud anyway. But before he grabs his hand, Cloud has the most pissed expression on his face. Like he just, after Dio wins, he goes, "Oh, close, but no cigar." And Cloud just gives him a scowl. He's not happy. But he still gives Cloud his props, and he lifts up his arm, and Cloud still has his cheering moment where everybody's like, "Oh, you're so cool."
So when they're holding up his hand and like he's cheering, do the ladies on the they're still like, "Yay!"
They still go, "Yeah, you're so cool." But,
okay.
But before that, it's the whole disappointed scene. Like everybody's like, "Ugh." But I thought that was cool. So it made me think after doing that Dio's possibly holding back because we know if you play 3D Brawler, he's actually either in the middle of the challenge. Like if you go through all the 3D brawls, he's like, I think, a moderate opponent. Like he's not the easiest, he's not the hardest either. So I think he's holding his punches here to give his guest the props, give his guest a show and please everybody. So yeah, I think Dio's a cool character. I just wanted to throw that out there for that because he didn't have to give Cloud his spotlight moment. He beat him fair and square if you lose to him, but he still does.
Yeah, that's a good call.
Yeah, that's our muscle daddy. He's
cool cool guy, man. Cool guy. NPC of the week, maybe. I don't know what we're gonna do.
NPC of the year.
NPC of the year. Catherine in chat says it's cute that they made the game avatars look like the classic models of these characters. I like that. So we kind of get the polygon PS1 models here. Really cool. Cloud hits a cross slash as his finishing move, and then the crowd goes wild. Now, we talked about this in Chapter 4, but Cloud appreciates this validation. You can see that smile whenever somebody notices how cool he is. Right, he kind of gets a little smile. It was when Jesse says, "Now that was cool," and then he smiles. Where whenever somebody says that's cool, he's like, "Yeah, I'm smiling because I want to be cool." So that was something I noticed there. And then when he looks down at the ladies cheering him on, his eyes linger on them a bit longer. And this sort of thing makes him feel like he's the hero that he's always wanted to be. Like he looks down and he sees the ladies he sees his friends down there cheering him on and giving him that validation. I like that. You know what I mean? It's a lot like when somebody leaves a comment on the video or subscribes or or I get a little smile, you know what I mean? That's the kind of the validation that I like, leaves a little comment in the survey, let me know that you're doing good, that they appreciate us, If you wrote in the comments, not in the chat, but because I want the comments, all right? Because that's what's going to improve the algorithm, all right? All you got to do is write "you're cool." All right, and like that would make me feel really good. All right, like, it made me feel like Cloud. Okay.
Yeah, or just pull a Cloud and just say cool.
Cool.
Like
just
he's
cool.
Getting ready to right here. Did you guys notice
cool.
that? When Dio gives him the golden ticket.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. It's the new not interested. I feel like.
I gotta be honest though.
Cloud's new catchphrase.
I'm a little salty at Cloud and gang here. I feel like they were kind of rude to Dio. Like he just gave him a spectacle, helped him give him a show, and then he's like, "Here's a ticket." And Cloud's cool. Very dismissive. Bro. The gang's kind of ignoring him, and he just sort of walks away. And it made me sad. I'm like, bro, this guy just put on a great spectacle for you and your friends, and you just totally ignore him. Made me feel a little sad.
Yeah.
Like, all right, yeah, here you go. You did great. Everybody's like, oh, nice going. Cool.
Now, what does a one golden passport do? Like, does it give everybody? Is it like, do we have all material equipped to that too? Like, what? It's just one. Yeah, does everybody else have to pay for themselves? I don't. Anyways.
And why did
family pass?
The family pass, yeah.
I feel like a golden passport suggests that oh, hey, you can come here and
anytime you want. Because
anytime you want, as much as you want. But why did he do that?
Call back to the original.
Right here.
Call back to the original.
I know. Mm-hmm. But what about this gang made him go, all right, you guys get free entry at all times?
Yeah.
I don't know. He just saw him. He's like, oh, he's got a cool sword.
That's my man. That's my challenger. I want that one.
Right.
Yeah.
You catch Aerith harassing Cloud right here, where she goes, he's used to performing in front of clouds. You should have seen, or in front of crowds. Should have seen him at Honeybee Inn.
Yeah.
And he's like, Aerith.
In a way that's like, it's like, don't
know.
even think about it. I mean, we got this in chapter 3 as well, so it's like an ongoing joke type thing.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yep.
Which
I think she loves to hold that over his head.
Listen, as many times as they keep bringing this up and teasing it, even Andrea says, maybe someday I'll see you at the Honeybee Inn. We're going back, right? We're going back. Like when we go back to Midgar, we'll be able to go down into the Wall Market area. We'll go to Honeybee Inn and all that other stuff. There's going to be some side quests there with Andrea, and I think Midgar will have some side quests because we're not going up to the top plate. That's when we parachute in. You know what I mean? Future memories. But that's when that happens. Richard Solis says cool with the super chat. Thank you. Thank you. That's super cool, actually. That makes me feel like a super smile on my face. Thanks, man. I feel validated. Thank you, Richard Stolz. Oh man, I'm the hero that I've always wanted to be. So we we get that where he's like, yeah, don't even think about it. You know what I mean? Don't talk about we don't talk about the wall market thing here. And let's see, they put it to a vote.
Red is. I like how he's just like, yeah, me.
Right, because they put it to a vote, like who wants to have fun, right? And Aerith and Tifa and Yuffie, of course, they raised their hands, but then got Barrett turning away. Oh, that's important. We'll pause it right there, right there. That's good. Uh-oh, that's important. What I'm saying is not really, but and you got red kind of goes like me. That's cool.
That's the kid in him coming out. That's that 16-year-old. He doesn't want to admit that he wants to go hang out with the girls at the saucer.
Listen, we're at the gold freaking saucer. Red 13 said, I can't keep this facade anymore, bro. I want to go have some fun.
Oh, he kept it just barely though.
Yeah. Me. So Barrett and Cloud, they're gonna go get a room. But anyways, before that happens, this is what we see. Cloud looks he peeks over Tifa's shoulder. I love that I use talk to text to do my like notes as I'm watching. They've spelled Tifa so many different ways. And if you ever say Aerith and Tifa, yeah, if you say Aerith and Tifa, you get Antifa. I was like, whoa, that's crazy.
That's a different podcast.
That's a different podcast altogether. I'm like, whoa. So this one is actually Tifa with a THA, Tifa's shoulder to see a robe. Interesting that it's over Tifa's shoulder. That's what I picked up on, right? Because it's kind of like building on that, that mind game that they're trying to play with, like, hey, don't trust Tifa. So I'm going to put this illusion of Sephiroth, like, right over her shoulder, like this mind trip right over her shoulder. I thought that was connected in some way there. The way that the camera angles were there. And let's see. Cloud is getting approval from Sephiroth here.
I think that's kind of funny. They give permission to have fun.
It's funny, but that's also like it makes a lot of sense. Oh, yeah. It's funny, but it makes sense because Cloud is unconsciously or subconsciously or like not consciously, then is what Hojo says, not consciously being pulled towards the reunion. So this entire game is him going towards the reunion, whether he thinks he's in control, but he's not. So he's given permission to like, hey, take a break, have fun while you can still have it. He needs Sephiroth to allow him to do this. Otherwise, he's going to be like, we got to go. The question is why would he let them have fun? Is there something that we're missing? Like, is there something that needs to happen for Sephiroth, with Cloud? Does he need Cloud to be experiencing what's happening? I don't know.
I think if anything, knowing what we know happened later, and I don't know what Sephiroth knows about what happens later, but if we're going with the theory that Sephiroth does sort of know what's happening here, it makes things more painful if you have more good memories with someone before you lose them. So
yeah, that's true. That's good. Yeah, it's a good point.
Have your fun while you can, and then it's gonna get ripped right out from under you later in a very heartbreaking scene.
Build that bond of friendship even more. So when I
have a good time,
tell me what it is that you cherish most. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Give me the pleasure of taking it away. So now we have Aerith and Tifa clearly concerned about Cloud's state of mind. And Aerith suggests that Cloud lies down, and Tifa tells him as they head off that he should get some rest. A lot of people telling Cloud to go to sleep. Interesting little note there. Let's see. Barrett says, "Live it up while you can. Future's not promised to no one." I don't know when he says that, but I wrote it down as a note in that moment. Let's see. Why don't we go book some rooms? So they're gonna go to what Wily Excalibro has as his best rebirth here. Of course. Excuse me. It's that mountain. It's that Mako Dew coming back. Whoa. So you have this as your best rebirth, but of course you have the full gold saucer is your best rebirth. And that is mine as well. Like the gold saucer in general is the best rebirth. Dragoon King, did you also have that?
No.
No, you did not. We'll get to yours in a second.
Dude, mine's so whack in comparison, but it's so funny to me what my rebirth is now that you guys are mentioning, because this makes a lot more sense. My rebirth is funnier.
It's arguably maybe better. I don't know. We'll see.
I don't know. We'll get there.
We'll get there. For now, Excalibro, explain why this is your best rebirth. This whole scene, in fact, as you also have Barrett's Mako speech as your best birth. Oh wait, you're muted?
Mike, are you muted, bro?
Oh.
Okay, there you go.
I am muted.
There you go.
All right, yeah. I need a moment to prepare. I'm going to channel Barrett. Give me one moment.
Oh my God! Here we go. Okay. Oh boy! I don't know what that means.
I don't know what that means either.
So I'll kind of like talk about this. Barrett gets angry. The more angry Barrett gets angry the more he gets spooked, and it triggers him into a rant about the planet being sucked dry for these cheap thrills like this, right? And I have something to say, but I don't want to spoil what maybe Excalibro has to kind of an analysis on that. So I don't want to really. Oh
and
my
I'm
God!
Back.
Oh my!
This is my Barrett impression. This is my Barrett impression. All right, so I just when the Mako is gone, so is this. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. Barrett throws a tantrum because the Mako is wasteful for the theme park, and that's not cool, yo. You know what I'm saying? But what were you saying, Dan?
Hi, nice to have you on the show, Barrett. I really appreciate you being here.
Yeah, my pleasure, bro.
Thank you for being on the show, Barrett.
Anytime,
Barrett, I just kind of wanted to ask you, man, like, because I was. What I was recognizing here, Barrett, is that the angrier you get, like the more spooked you get, the angrier you get, And I was wondering,
when I get scared, I get real mad. That's just how it goes. You know what I'm saying? Like that's just it's automatic. It's just a reaction. I can't help it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. So like it feels like that you revert to this planet-loving persona, whenever you're trying to mask your true emotions. Is that something you would agree with?
Well, I mean, I love the planet. Like that's not in debate at all. So, I mean, like the reality is, like when I'm masking my emotions, I keep these shades right here on. But when I'm, letting my emotions out, I pull the shades down. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Not related, but Barrett, how's Marlene doing these days?
Yeah,
I gotta ask. Always gotta check in on the family life.
Hey, I thank you to stay out of my personal affairs. I'll get back to you on that.
My bad, bro. My bad.
Well, Barrett, I want to say thank you so much for your time. You gonna hang out with us some more? We can talk a little bit more because I got what.
No, I gotta go watch The Rookie, so I have to be done by 8. So it's a good thing that, yeah. Well, yeah, I appreciate you having me on, but I'm a bounce.
Hey, thank you so much, Barrett. I really.
Ain't no getting off of this train. Bye, Barry.
This podcast has brought us many things, and that was one of my favorites. That was amazing.
That was awesome. Very, very good. Holy crap. Oh my god!
He said,
when this whole series is over,
yeah.
When this whole series is over, could you make a compilation of like the best moments?
Oh, absolutely. That would be great. You know what? I should probably put that into the survey. What was the best moment from the last Excalibur? That was great. Man. Thank you so much.
Yo,
I didn't know you had Barrett right.
Well, allowed me to do that, so
Bro, how'd you meet Barrett?
It's crazy. It's crazy.
Oh no, that's wild. I can't believe you. You actually know Barrett Wallace?
It's wild, dude.
Hey. Yeah, I mean, he lives in my basement, so.
It's Avalanche's new headquarters down there, man.
Holy shit, you're renting out to Barrett? That's crazy.
You got to take a pinball machine to get down there.
If he would pay rent, that'd be nice. Listen, guys. I had to get everybody with an April Fool's.
That was.
Thank you.
That was amazing.
Thank you, man.
No, that's legit.
Awesome.
Don't break the immersion, man. Don't break the immersion. That's not a joke. I think you might need to turn up your mic a little bit. You're coming in quieter now. I don't know.
Okay.
There we go.
I think Barrett shot the mic by accident.
Yeah.
Barrett shot your mic.
Jackie says she choked on her biscuit.
Are we good?
So yeah, that was
awesome.
That was fantastic. Oh my god. So I don't even know. My notes said that I think Barrett reverts to this planet-loving persona whenever he's trying to mask his true emotions, or a better analogy, as an umbrella to shield him from the rain cloud over his head. As Kate Sith puts it, raining down sadness and anger. When they arrive at the hotel, all rooms are booked, and Kate Sith comes in to save the day. Makes a timely cancellation, and seems pretty proud about it, and then sends them to the Tonberry and Eligor suites. Eligor being that boss that you fight in the train graveyard in remake. But before they do, Kate Sith would like to read their fortune. Now this was actually one of the most asked questions in the survey. Let's skip to that part right here.
So let me say something real quick too here while we're queuing that up. So Barrett, while looking at Kate Seth, goes, "It's a toy, all right. Pretty lifelike though," which I feel like is a reference to Reeve being an Inspire. Because he's like, it's very lifelike, but he's acknowledging that it's a toy. So I'm like, okay, like I feel like that's a little nod there.
That's cool.
Yeah,
just the phrasing.
Cool. Yeah, that was good. I mean, I'm still a little bit unsure on how this whole thing works with that, but
you and me both.
I think everybody, right? Like but hey,
I don't
maybe
know
we'll get an
why
answer.
or how.
I think we're going to get an actual answer in part 3. I think we might actually get an answer. Unless if they want to keep that a mystery, which, like, not everything needs an answer.
I just always assumed Kate was relatively autonomous, but with the ability to kind of get overrided, if that makes any... Like, I always just assume Kate's on... Yeah, Reeve-rided. So, no, over-reeved. But no, so I think, yeah, I always just assumed that Kate was more or less operating under its own will, but with direction from Reeve. And then I don't know if Reeve ever actually directly controls Kate, or if at the very least can tune in, so to speak, like see through his eyes,
inspire Kate Sith to say what he wants him to say. Yeah, just inspire him, like But like, it is a hollow one, as the Guy Natak put it, like hollow one. Like there's no soul, no heart, nothing.
Yeah.
So, we'll get to that. Yeah, future memory on that one. So, let's talk about these. Let's talk about these fortunes. Number 1, the first one that Kate Sith gives is things are looking up, so throw caution to the wind. Put your trust in others. A last-minute twist may pleasantly surprise you. What do we make of this?
He's clearly talking about the Palmer fight.
Oh man, we're not doing that yet. We're not doing that yet. we gotta ease me into that. Okay.
Woo! Sorry. I'm sorry. I had to throw it out because I knew Wiley was about to cook, so I was like, let me just throw that cheap little shot out there. Anyway, Wiley, what were you about to say?
Well, I was just gonna say. So, Mr. Bigglesworth points out a subtext video. I did see it, and I'm gonna say something different here.
Okay.
I'm going to propose that they are in the correct order, because to me, the unexpected help, and this is referenced in a few of the dates here, which we'll get to, is actually from Shinra in the form of Kate Sith.
Yeah, I get that impression. So, Dan, can you read the quote again?
It says, "Things are looking up, so throw caution to the wind."
All right, wait, pause for a second.
Yep, okay.
So for that part, yeah, I mean, that's just showing up at the saucer. That's how I it's, even kind of goes into what Sephiroth said. Hey, have your fun while you can. They're here. They're having their good time. Have fun. Caution to the wind. Just enjoy your night. But then what's the next part of the quote?
Oh, okay. Put your trust in others. I'm sorry. I was thinking. I'm like cooking in my mind. I got a little. Like I'm on the stove right now. I'm throwing
I can see the
gears
like
turning. I was about to flip it, but you got.
Sorry to make you work on your hosting
I burnt
duties.
it now. It's burnt now, dude. Put your trust in others, and a last-minute twist may pleasantly surprise you.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think that it goes. I kind of had the same impression on that. And by the way, I don't know if Subtext said this I have not seen Subtext video. I want to throw that out there. But I haven't even looked into this at all. This is just basically what I interpret it as. But I kind of got the same interpretation, that he's the help, and the unexpected twist is that he works for Shinra. So, and we're being introduced to him here. So we're not going to get the twist this chapter, but we do get that twist later.
A last-minute twist may pleasantly surprise you. So we also, if you want to go along with that idea that this is, you talk about Kate Sith, throughout the game, we don't trust him. At some point in the game, we don't trust him anymore, and I think they even talk about, like, I think even Cloud directly says, I trust him, like to Guy Natak, like saying, he's okay, I trust him, or something like that. So he puts his trust in others, but that trust is broken. But hey, put your trust in others, and a last-minute twist when the Temple of Ancients is coming down, who's there to save him? The person you put your trust in. Yeah, so like may pleasantly surprise you. And it was a last-minute twist. Like that was last minute. Kate Sith comes running in there, somehow solving that entire dungeon in just a record time. Future memories though. But I also kind of find the very first part of this, if we want to like blow this up out of proportion,
that's what we do.
Let's do it.
Yeah, things are looking up is one thing that just like highlighted and stood out to me. Things are looking up. We just had Cloud looking up. I didn't notice at the beginning of this chapter. We had Aerith looking up at the sky. We have Zack looking up at the rift and all that other stuff. And we'll talk about that in a second. I said rift. I said the keyword.
They're in the gold saucer. Things are looking up.
Things are looking up. Yeah, exactly. So
Celebration.
that kind of like was like, oh man, that's a keyword. But I agree with what you guys are saying here, where this is Kate Sith. Like we're talking about Kate Sith.
Now to wait, just real quick, the things are looking up, and then the unexpected twist. I'm not gonna take full credit for this because somebody left a comment about Zack in the final battle. The common theme between all these Zack things, as we just put, is the guys Cloud and Aerith looking up, and then it leads to these Zack interludes, and then he could be the unexpected twist.
Oh.
So helping in that final battle, maybe. Saying that
okay,
you know,
okay, I see what you're saying.
That's cooking off what somebody just said here. I'm just wanting to get that out there, but I still stand by what I think. I think it's about Kate.
Yeah,
so,
I agree. I like that.
A couple other moments in the chapter I'll point out when we get to it that kind of made me feel like even more that's what this is talking about.
So this one's a little interesting, because it's watch your belongings. Lucky color, black. So
Sephiroth wants the black materia.
Yeah, I mean, is it that just clear cut, right? Like it's like so in the original game, it was careful of your forgetfulness. Your lucky color is blue. So that is a change. I don't know what the Shinra archaeology cut. I wish I would have been able to have time to look that up. I would have loved to got the Shinra archaeology cut like version of this whole entire thing actually. But anyways, in the original game it was be careful of forgetfulness, your lucky color is blue. In this game it is watch your belongings, lucky color black. So
what if belongings here is like this is a stretch. Because it's especially unlucky given the context here, but belonging, it's like, careful your belongings, that being Cloud's self, his mind, and the black robe. The transition to that was honestly where my mind first went. And then I thought about it, it was definitely the black materia. But
yeah.
I just, I thought it was worth throwing out because the first time I played this, that's actually what my mind first thought. Was that belongings referred to his own sanity, his own mind, and then lucky color, black. But then I'm like, what's lucky about him becoming a robe? Nothing.
Yeah, and what's lucky about the black materia? But
that's another good point. It's like, what's lucky about that besides the fact that they need it? But
this one I literally just couldn't figure out. Other than it's clear cut as that. Yeah, Sephiroth wears black, so do the robes, black materia. Watch your belongings.
Zack has black hair. If we're
Zack has black hair. Let's get Zack on track, bro. Like, I mean, and Mr. Bigglesworth says that this references the moment when Cloud is like, "What in the hell?" And then he checks, and the black materia is in his pocket. Of course, major headache there with some future memories. But I mean, could be onto something there. I mean, like, watch your belongings. He's like holding a clear materia, and then all of a sudden it's black. Like, whoa. So
that's a good point too.
But lucky color black. I don't know.
I don't think there's any like as far as black goes narratively in this story, there's not really much
life stream
fortune
black.
Or good
So
association with it. I can't think of one lucky thing that's associated with the color black.
Yeah.
Like usually I associate the robes, black materia. I don't really know what's lucky.
Of course, I see watch your belongings, and I immediately think of Yuffie. Like I don't know. I'm like, but that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, well, she's.
Oh, we're gonna talk about that green. Too.
Oh, really?
So we're gonna talk about Yuffie here too.
Yo, listen,
I got some notes on that.
Excalibur is in the kitchen right now, ready. Like he got the chef apron on, and he's like, "Listen, I'm ready to cook whenever you guys like tell me that turn the gas on the stove. All right, like." Let's just get there. All right, so let's get on to the third one because I feel like that one's just. I don't feel like
this pretty straightforward.
Yeah. So now, seek, and you are sure to find, but alas, you shall forever lose what you cherish most. Now, This one is very similar to the original game. The fortune read in the original game was ordinary luck. Oh, wait. Am I reading that? No, sorry. What you pursue will be yours, but you will lose something dear. I don't know what the Shinra Arc translation of that is. Also, want to go back to the first one. The first... excuse me, that Mako do coming back. Now, the first fortune was ordinary luck. It will be an active fortune. Give into the good will of others, and something big'll happen after summer. Anyways, what's up?
Mr. Bigglesworth reference.
Hey!
Yeah,
Hey!
You said something big will happen?
I mean, that's what it says. Is big, like, apostrophe LL. Something big will happen.
Big will happen.
Something big will happen. Something big will happen. That's not it.
Biggle.
So this.
Biggle. What about something
Bigglesworth? Something Bigglesworth will happen. This fortune is pretty clear, right? The keywords, though, are forever lose and cherish most. So Cloud even ponders what this means. Right. All right, and I gave my definition of what this means on the Prof Noctis show, and I want to repeat it here. All right, because let me tell you what cherish. What does cherish mean? It is to love something with an understanding that it is temporary, that you can lose it. And Cloud experiences this loss, and in Inaberrant Children, Sephiroth says, "Tell me, Cloud, what is it that you cherish most? Give me the pleasure of taking it away." And then Cloud responds, "You just don't get it at all. There's not a thing that I don't cherish." And he just goes for him, right? So Cloud has this understanding in Advent Children of what it is to cherish something. So when in this fortune where it says you will forever lose what you cherish most, forever being the key word for me, as I think Sephiroth is looking for that forever, as even Aerith will say that, like, why do you want forever? So he wants a forever, and there will be, of course, future memories there, but it's kind of reinforcing the theme of this game in a way, like one of the themes of or plot points, character, whatever, where Sephiroth wants a forever, right? But you can't cherish something if there is a forever. You can't cherish it because you always have it, right? So that's what I got out of that fortune. What are you guys thinking? What are you guys thinking?
Cool.
I think this fortune is just a reference
like
to chapter 14.
Hey, yo, dude. Cool, bro, but
cool. Nah, I think you kind of nailed it on that one. So I don't really have much more to add on that.
Cool, because cool. Cool is the new not interested. So the Turks plus Palmer arrive at the hotel. In contrast to Barrett, Palmer is marveling at the splendor that Mako can provide. And again, it's super hilarious when this hanging man comes down and then Elena screams, but look at that, look at that face.
Rude does not budge. He does not budge.
He doesn't budge at all. Oh man, and I missed an opportunity. Yeah.
Oh, my bad. Yeah. How could I forget?
Whenever Rude is on screen, y'all. All right.
I got mine.
He's the only person who makes this look cool, by the way.
Yeah.
I still stand by that. Like, he just.
Yeah.
You do a pretty good job of making it look cool yourself, bro.
Yeah, dude.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, come on.
Yeah. With my courage shirt and my pointy stick. Yeah.
Listen, I'm not gonna lie to you guys. My glasses just snagged on my eyebrow hair and it like yanked it, and I'm like, now I got tears in my eyes. So I think I'm gonna leave these on for a bit.
Good. I just want to point out that for a guy who just had his plans canceled, he's awfully chipper.
He doesn't care.
Like,
come on, bro. Have you seen where he's gonna end up in a couple minutes?
Yeah, that's true.
My God. Yeah.
Dude, if I had the Turks to just solve all my problems, I probably wouldn't give a shit either.
Exactly.
I'd probably just be like, okay, whatever.
Yeah,
You
whatever,
guys will
bro.
Figure it out.
I got entertainment.
Yeah, that's why I pay you guys.
Yeah, he's got plenty of entertainment to keep him busy. So now I missed an opportunity at the beginning. I really wanted to write in chat that I was adjusting humidity levels. I wanted to say that in the chat before we started because I was like, listen, adjusting mics, adjusting humidity levels. This Tonberry
Retribution.
great. Retribution.
Retribution. Yeah, bro.
Of
To add,
berries.
did you guys catch the story of the people in the hotel in the lounge there?
Nope. Tell me about
guys
it.
talking back and forth, and so one guy's telling the other guy that the rumor is that there's a Tonberry stock in the halls, and he's all like tore up, right?
Ooh.
And he's basically looking for the guest that damaged him. And so the other guy's like, "Oh, a robot with a grudge," and I was like, "Oh, that was a good dad joke," because his attack is grudge.
Oh, dude.
Yeah, but
That's
they
cool.
tell it like a scary story. I'm not doing full justice to it, but
Yeah.
it was. I thought it was clever.
Huh.
Dude,
I wonder if there's
that is pretty good.
I wonder if there's something more to that. I just didn't hear like when I was playing the game. I didn't listen.
I just want to point out, man, Square Enix today just announced that they're dropping some new cool merch. There was a Moogle and a Fat Chocobo onesie that they're dropping, and like that's cool now. But when are they gonna drop the Tonberry humidifier?
Come on.
I would buy one of these in a heartbeat.
Day
God.
one. Day one.
That would be $777.
Don't care. I want that thing walking around my house, going tons of berries.
Tons of berries.
I really want
Adjusting
the
humidity
Tonberry.
levels.
Adjusting humidity.
That's it. Yeah. Adjusting
I re-
humidity levels.
I really
wasn't
want
getting as
that,
loud.
that Tonberry.
Tons of berries.
What does he say about retribution? I know it ends.
I think
he's like,
retribution is at hand or something like that. Is that what it is?
Oh yeah, that's it.
retribution at hand.
Whatever it is. Centurion says Excalibur looks like he can beat me up at the bald bar.
Well, he's not
He's
allowed
the
in.
bald
He's got
bar,
hair.
bald bar bouncer, bro. The bald bar bouncer.
You need your cat back. You can't let this
do.
guy in. He's got hair.
I gotta find it. It's around here somewhere.
Listen, and this is when Barrett also tells Cloud to rest up and shake it off. Everybody's telling Cloud to go to sleep. Just dream those sweet
off.
dreams, if you know what I mean.
I think this chapter really is, in my opinion, probably my favorite chapter with these two and their friendship.
Oh, dude, yes, especially
Man.
especially at the end, yeah.
I think this chapter does a lot
Oh.
for these two. So,
Excalibur, you're frozen.
Oh,
You back? You back?
am I back?
A little choppy, a little choppy. You're
is
coming back.
this another April Fool's joke?
He's back. He's back.
Bro,
He's
I
back.
wish.
No,
Joke's on
you're
me
good.
this time.
I'm over here like lag switching, like internet switch. Got him. Got him. Gonna mess with. Gonna mess with Dragoon King's mic this time again.
Gonna show you, oh, dude. Low blow. Here, let me hit you with a lag switch.
Oh! Oh!
I
In the live
really
stream,
wanted.
in the live
I,
stream.
I didn't realize how bright that thing would be. I really
Oh,
wanted that
man.
on at all times.
Listen, okay, audio listeners, this is why you need to watch the. You gotta watch the video. But hey, you're missing out. That was a Dragoon King like turning on his cactar light that literally just blinds the like it's a flashbang. All right, so we're diving in. We're diving in, y'all. All right, here we go. All right, so. When you explore the hotel, first of all, you can find some spooky surprises when you examine things, just like in the original game. Cloud goes to lay down, he closes his eyes, and we hear, "Sorry, man. I feel like I failed you." And it's Zack. And then, "Sorry, man. I feel like I failed you." Double repeating himself
Zack.
there. But there might be a reason.
Yeah.
It's Zack! And we're seeing this from the perspective of Cloud in the wheelchair,
Yes, sir.
which is very interesting. Why show us Cloud or Zack walking around the room from Cloud's perspective?
I don't know, Dan. Why?
Well, well.
I don't know if you were passing it to me, but I'm throwing it right back.
Why, Dan?
Like you know why?
I don't, but I'm gonna throw in the new Shinra. The new Shinra says in the survey, when Cloud falls asleep, he touches Zack's world. That's interesting. I maybe I misread that. All right, so wait. Here we go. We're gonna rewind that back. This is from the new Shinra from the survey. It is not a question. It's more of an observation. I thought that was kind of cool, so I wanted to highlight it. Dream the sweetest dreams is what Sephiroth said. So each time, can Seph now enter the new worlds through Cloud's dreaming and collapses them and merges their negative energies? At least that is the impression I'm getting. I don't know whether or not like Sephiroth can move through Cloud. Anyways, the reason why I wanted to bring this up, because dream the sweetest dreams is what Sephiroth said, and Sephiroth definitely seems to be like encouraging sleep in that way. Like it was just like, yeah, dream those sweet dreams, whatever. So the fact that New Shinra is kind of throwing in this theory that Sephiroth can now enter these worlds through Cloud's dreaming is something I never thought about, and I wanted to bring that to the front. Now, why are we seeing this from Cloud's perspective? Excalibur?
Okay, you know what?
I feel like Barrett needs to answer this one, but he's watching the rookie.
He's watching the rookie. He knows all the answers.
Maybe Dan, it's just because it's a cool camera angle, and they thought this looked cool, and I thought it looked cool, and I think it's cool. Okay, it's cool. No, man, I didn't really.
Listen, my biggest question here is how much of this is Cloud actually seeing? Like, is this him dreaming?
That's a good question.
Like, is Cloud when he falls asleep? Obviously, and I'm getting ahead of myself here, but the game intentionally repeats that line, so there's no mistake that Cloud is hearing this. Is he seeing it? And the fact that, well, let's answer that question. Let's put it in Cloud's perspective. Which makes me think, okay, so Cloud is now having a dream about Zack. Aerith collapsed. And I don't know if he knows that he's in a wheelchair, but he knows that Aerith is knocked out. There's the white materia over there, and we're seeing Zack walk around. Does he know about this? This kind of comes back around a little bit when somebody knocks on your door for the date. And, like, when he answers the door, for me, I had Aerith. He answers the door and just kind of like it almost seems like we're going to get to that point. If you look at his expression, like, I just dreamed about you. You know, I just had a dream about you. And it was like, and then he snaps into it like, oh yeah, and then he goes whatever, and then like he gets back to reality almost. But like, go ahead, Excalibur. What do you got?
I was just gonna add to that. So I agree with everything that you said. So what's interesting is that first shot, right, when Zack is looking at the camera, clearly looking at Zack. If you try to move the camera, you're moving Cloud's head. You're not rotating the camera around Zack. You're looking around the room.
Mm-hmm.
But with the right stick, and you're moving Zack with the left stick. It's really interesting. So it's clearly like this sort of like you're controlling Zack, but you're controlling Cloud too.
Yep.
And you don't see this kind of thing really in this game at all. Like it's usually fixed.
Yeah.
So it's just kind of an interesting little tidbit.
Let's see. Who said Centurion says, who said Cloud from Remake's timeline is seeing this at all? Cloud doesn't know Zack up to this point. It's probably as simple as a good transition point.
That's sort of where I feel, if I'm being honest here. I think it's a neat transition point. And I know before I was kind of joking about oh, it's just cool and it looks but sometimes listen, we're how many episodes in now? This is episode
8 or 9, I guess, technically.
Well, 9 technically, because we broke 4 into 2 parts. Don't get me wrong. I do think that there's artistic merit, and there's reason why we get so speculative over these things, because it makes sense that they want to, toy around with interpretation. on the other hand, when I first saw this, I kind of thought the same thing. It wouldn't exactly make sense for him to see this because he, by this point, shouldn't really remember Zach too well, if at all. So I guess you could argue that maybe unconsciously, like, I don't know how literally we're supposed to take this if this is Cloud's dream. Like, the transition point is for us as the audience because we are seeing what's going on here. But in Cloud's perspective, he might be dreaming, and he might not even be realizing what he's dreaming about. That's why when we're hearing the repeated phrases, that could be all he's getting out of this. Is he might remember a little bit of Aerith being there and a little bit of these voices that he's hearing.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Excalibur.
No,
I was gonna say. So I mean, like I get what you're saying, but it does the same thing when he's waking up.
Yep.
Like it's a weird choice to make if he's not getting any of this. And he's getting some of it.
Agreed.
Not only that. Yeah, not only that, and like going off of what Dragoon was saying as well, where we're like, okay, maybe he's just getting the first and last line of dialogue, and we don't know what to make of it. But I don't know if I can accept a team that, like, from what we've experienced in Final Fantasy VII, the remake project, where everything feels very, very intentional. To have us control, as Excalibur said, Cloud's head. We're not controlling the camera. We're seeing it from Cloud's perspective, which it just feels like we are in control of Cloud, and they repeat it twice, the first and last line. I feel like it's, hey, like, we're intentionally telling you that he's falling asleep and seeing this stuff. I just don't know what to make of it. So we're gonna keep on going with Zach here. As if you go up top and you look outside, you can see that there's no flowers growing at this location. So
yeah, they're very dead.
Everything's very dead, yeah. And look, there's a flower on the table to kind of tell you, like, hey, nothing is thriving here.
And a different stamp.
A different stamp.
Yeah.
It's the terrier stamp,
Oh, boy.
right?
Yeah.
That's the terrier breed.
I think so.
I love you. I still think about it. When I was telling my wife about, like, I was trying to explain some of this stuff. And, like, I'm like, yeah, so each world has a different breed of dog. And I love what Dragoon King said last week, where he's like, what do you think, like, the world, like, if it's the collective consciousness or, like, the life, why did they just have a fascination of, like, hey, let's change the dog? Like, let's just change the dog, man. We gotta give him a waypoint. We gotta give him a sign. Little wayfinder.
I still don't quite get that. I understand from the developer standpoint. The meta standpoint. Like, hey, let's convey to the audience that
this is a different world. Yeah.
But in universe, what compelled the live stream to know whatever it is to go, hey man, I like terriers.
I like different dogs.
And I like beagles, and I want this to be a pug. Like what is
exactly
what is that? I still don't quite get that, but I just roll with it.
It's just a marker, man. It's just a marker.
We got exactly. It's a little wayfinder sign.
It sure is.
We have a cute little dialogue here between Zach and Marlene.
I want to make a point here real quick.
Same.
It's cool seeing...
Yeah.
Okay, well then, all right. Well, I got here first, gentlemen.
Yes, go first. I think we're on the same wavelength here.
I don't know if we're on the same wavelength. I just wanted to point out that, like, this is a pretty simple thing. It's cool seeing Elmira compared to how we saw her last time, where she was so rude to Zach. Not even necessarily rude, just
she's worried.
She was very, very much on edge, not happy with his involvement, clearly. And just was being a kind person and saying, hey, I'll take care of I'll help you take care of Cloud, we'll get him back. But now she's being pretty kind to him.
Yeah.
And I thought that was interesting. I want to point that out. I don't know if you guys had any thoughts or notes on that.
That's not where I was going, but yeah.
No, I figured not.
Yeah.
I didn't look at my notes too deep here because I figured you guys were going to have a lot to say here. But that was the one thing that caught me immediately going into the scene, is that Marlene's sassy as hell, and Elmira is being... I don't want to say uncharacteristically kind, but uncharacteristically kind to a soldier. To somebody who she's not particularly fond of.
First of all,
which I thought was interesting.
I want to, like, before anybody else says anything, I want to highlight Centurion. All right, Centurion says, I wish the game came with a free Nomura. It just comes out and explains everything. I want Nomura, like part 3 is director's cut, or we can get, like, not a director's cut, but, like, bonus features. So we can get, like, hey, here's the Final Fantasy VII Remake Trilogy, all in one complete edition. And then, like, we can just have a little picture-in-picture, or we can just, like, active time lore, or active time Nomura. Active time Nomura. And we just bring out a Nomura that just kind of sits there like this, and he just kind of goes... And I should probably, if I could turn off the lights, but, like, just... And he just goes, yeah. In this scene, where we repeat the line twice, I thought it'd be cool to, like, show that it is coming from Cloud's perspective, and you gotta, like, look off the camera,
Hey, I got you, Dan.
Like, kind of like, you almost gotta lean back a little bit too, and, like, just kind of pondering and looking off. You gotta be in a really dark room. Oh my god, dude, you're in the live stream. Yeah, like
shot, yep.
I didn't realize we're showing a little leg there. Okay, forgot that I wasn't wearing any pants.
You see, I thought that the camera angle was cool.
No, you don't look at the camera. That's not Nomura. You just gotta look. Right. You just gotta. I thought the camera angle was cool.
If I don't look at the camera, my mic doesn't pick. Thought
the camera angle would be cool.
The camera would be cool.
Yeah. Love Nomura. I just want that wherever you can do an active time Nomura, and just get information on everything about the game.
Trigger my ATN.
Yeah, my ATN, man. I thought Mr. Bigglesworth was trying to say attention. Attention. All right. What's up, Excalibur? Tell me, because I'm about to say it too.
Oh. Marlene's in the scene.
There it is. Yeah.
And why would she be in the scene?
Huh.
Why this chapter? I wonder.
Is it
to give us an emotional connection before, like, maybe something that has to do with her in a big way, maybe the biggest way in the whole game.
Yep.
Yeah. So it's a fresh reminder that there's this adorable little girl without her dad, and here comes another figure, Zack. He's not trying to be a father figure, but she's talking about all the people that are gone. And are they coming back? And it's just...
Yeah. And Daddy...
Go ahead, Dan.
Daddy italicized. So just kind of like almost emphasizing Daddy in this. This is kind of... Like you said,
absolutely
big part of this
I want to point out that Zack gave a pretty steep promise that, they'll come back. And he doesn't just say bigs, like he does. If I recall correctly, he says they'll.
Yeah.
And if what we know about what happened earlier during these Zack segments is anything to go off, they're not coming back.
Sure, they will.
And then, not for nothing, later, bigs might not come back.
Hey, do you guys subscribe to the theory that Marlene could possibly be of Cetran or
I want to bring up a great point about this later. Because there is something in this chapter that happens towards the end that made me think more so, yes, because it was something I've always kind of been on the fence about. But something happens. I don't know if I want to get the future memory now, since we're talking about Marlene or not, but there's something that comes up with Dine that, all right, it's just, I'm just gonna say this now. Later on in this chapter, when we are, fighting Dine, this is a bit later, but we're gonna jump there for a sec. Dine mentions that he when he's talking as if Eleanor, sorry, blank for a second, as if Eleanor is still alive. Now, when I first saw that scene, I'm like, okay, he's mentally checked out. He's talking to her, even though we know she's dead. And he believes Marlene is also dead. But what I thought was interesting, and I caught on to this my first playthrough, and even this one, I thought about it more. He never hears the dead Marlene. And what I find interesting about that is, at first, I thought he was hearing his dead wife because he was just checked out, and it was a mental checkout. But you would think that he'd also hear his dead daughter, because as far as he's concerned, they're both dead. What I think this is a subtle potential implication of is that Dine might be part Sentra. It might be on his side, and he actually is hearing Eleanor.
The idea would be like,
because
Because
if he was a checked out, I feel like him imagining this scenario with his daughter and his wife and hearing his daughter, or he would hear his daughter and his wife. But I think him only hearing his wife might actually be, to some extent, true. He might actually be hearing her.
It's a good point. Go ahead, Excalibur. What do you got to add on to that? Because I got something too.
I'm just gonna add that it's the same in the OG. In the OG, he hears his wife in this sequence, and he doesn't hear his daughter.
Right.
And it's interesting. It feels very deliberate.
So
that's how I feel about it.
I just want to jump on it. So I love your theory, but Shinra Archaeology got us with the Rebirth Ultimania on this one. But it could still very much be the case. Like you could be onto something, but this is what the Ultimania says. A dark desire for revenge and excessive drug use have pushed Dine's mind to the brink of collapse, causing him to hallucinate the voices of his deceased family members. So it's saying that the drugs are making him hallucinate. But I can get where, like, hey, a combination of drugs and it could be tapping into his Cetran bloodline or something. But
I still think that doesn't necessarily. I get what you're saying, in that on the surface it feels like that could invalidate what I'm saying.
No, I'm not saying that it invalidates.
I'm not. I'm saying on the surface it feels like it could.
Right.
But I think it honestly it very well could just be a kind of a perfect storm of making this if he is Cetran, like if he does have ancient blood in him and he actually is able to hear Eleanor to some extent, perhaps the drug use and whatnot is making it amplified and worse. Like he might be hearing things he wouldn't have typically heard otherwise. That I can't tell you I can't tell you if drugs affect how an ancient's mind
What do you mean
works.
you can't tell me?
Yes,
do more research. Do it for the show. Do it for the show, man.
Calling for an ATM real quick.
Just for the heck of it, I'm going to play devil's advocate and say, I don't believe this. I'm just going to play devil's advocate that he's taking the drugs because he can't turn off that he can see them.
That's a good
potential.
Just for fun. Because we don't have evidence either way.
Or see her.
Can't prove either way, but why not?
Right? That is an interesting, I think we're going to a theory that might not ever be answered. Like, it just might be like one of those things we're going to leave it a mystery. I almost hope
it's not.
Yeah.
If I'm being honest. There's some things that I feel are better if they're just left on the table. Not everything needs to be solved.
A lot of people have that, that theory about Marlene. I mean, of course, the original game where Marlene opens the shutters and she goes, Aerith, she's almost tapping into the Force. Now,
she says Flower Girl right at the end of the game, right?
Or was it Flower Girl? Okay,
it's Flower Girl when Holy enacts and the planet's fighting back the meteor. She goes, Flower Girl. Yeah. I just always assumed that because he only hears Eleanor, that's a good
theory.
Both of them were dead. It's just, that's how I see it. But it could be wrong. It could just be drug use. I don't know.
It just be on drugs.
It could just be zooted. I don't know.
So we do get Cloud waking up. This video is so long, so it's hard to skip through this. Anyways, I do want to also say that Marlene says that nobody's ever coming back, or they're gone forever. That's interesting. Again, tapping into the forever thing that my mind is just stuck to, and maybe she knows that this world isn't quite right. Now, we do get to hear Zach's last words of this dream twice, once again reinforcing that Cloud must be hearing this. So they're gonna repeat it one more time. Cloud wakes up and it's not bad, kid. And then you open. Now, one question I had: did Zach ever say in Crisis Core "not bad, kid" to Cloud? I don't know.
I don't recall.
Seems similar, but Cloud wakes up. He hears a knock on the door. Let's get into that. And like I said, I don't know who's at the door in this one. Yeah, it's Aerith. Awesome. So I had Aerith. So you'll get to see what I'm talking about. Of like I had.
Did you have Aerith on your first playthrough?
Ready? Watch. Here comes. I'll tell you in a second. Look. He sees Aerith, and then this look on his face. So I see how you're holding up, and then he's just like, "What?" Right? Like, nothing. Never mind. What were you gonna say, Cloud? What do you mean nothing? Never mind. Did you just dream about Zack and Aerith?
Yeah, a little bit sus.
Right, and the fact that he pauses for a moment and Aerith literally has to say what, and then nothing. Never mind. That I'm just saying. All right, so I had Aerith. Yeah. That's a good question. Because Sephiroth's game in the survey asks, who was your first date in this chapter? Like I said, so in an earlier episode, I wanted to spend as much time with Aerith as I could in this game because I was like, oh man, I don't know if something happens, I want to make memories. So I was with Aerith, or no, I got Aerith in this one. I didn't know this date scene was going to even happen. So when Aerith showed up at my door, I was like, oh snap, Aerith, awesome. So I did the date with Aerith, and then when we come back to Gold Saucer, I had maxed out my Tifa points, so I had Tifa on the next one. So I got to date both girls. You know what I'm saying? I take them both out. I take them both. Hang loose. You know what I'm saying? Let's go back to Costa del Sol.
My man.
What do you got, man?
What about you, Wiley? Who'd you get first playthrough?
First playthrough, I got Tifa.
Mm-hmm. I got Tifa as well on my first playthrough. So
cool.
Cool. Yeah, I got to date Tifa twice.
So all right, we'll start with Aerith. So let's just do each date. Kind of rapid fire almost, like, hey, like tell me what you found, tell me something interesting or whatever. But when Cloud sees Aerith, he's taken aback. I already kind of said that. Now, first thing I have in my notes, and it's in bold and all caps. This music slaps, y'all. Like, this music is good. Like, when Aerith is knocking at the door, or Tifa. I listened to both renditions of Knock at the Door, Aerith or Tifa. I listened to the Yuffie, and then I listened to Alone. But Aerith and Tifa have the same, like, beat in the background, the same rhythmic beat going on with the same flow while the motif plays over top of it. Now, I have in my best music category 2 songs, or maybe 3 if you want to count it. I don't know. Knock at the Door, Aerith, and Tifa. But if I had to choose one, it would be Tifa. Or no, I'm sorry. If I had to choose one, it would be Aerith's theme, because I love Aerith's theme, and it just goes so well with this beat. It's so freaking good. And it's not even on the original soundtrack. I had to hit up my main man over there at FF7 Music. I had to hit him up and be like, yo, you got this? And he got it. He got it for me. He checked it out. So it's that and another one we'll come back to later. And I'll decide between the two when we get there.
Yeah.
So
I got 2 I need to decide between.
Who did the Aerith stuff? It was just me, right? Was it just
you, I believe, yeah.
Okay, so basically what the main thing I kind of got out of the date with Aerith was when you go and you see Jesse's poster, but we'll get to that in a second, because as Barrett, we're going to, well, I don't know what we're going to do. How are we going to do this? Let's just do the dates first, and then we'll kind of pick back up. Yes, we'll do that. I thought it was kind of funny.
The only other if you want to do it that way, that's cool. The other thing we could do is if we get to each square, just throw out like a quick fire what happens with each person.
I like it.
If you say what happens at the door, we tell you what each person at the door. When we get to Chocobo Square, what each person. Then just get it all out of the way.
I like it. Cool.
So
all right. So after the knock on the door, you have that beautiful music playing as you get out of the haunted hotel. Let's go have some fun, man. Let's go on a date. But first, Barrett sits and watches some kids play at the Gold Saucer lobby. He looks at a picture of Marlene. There's Marlene again, so it's very fitting that we got to see her in that little flash sideways, Lost style. He looks up and sees a robed man, but this one has a gun. Oh, whoa! He stands up, searching for him, but loses track of him. Chadley, being a Chad, knows when to back off. That just for one time in his entire life, he knew to back off. Let me tell you, his entire existence, he was like, whoa, I know what's going on here. Okay, I'm a little jealous. Okay, no option for me to knock on your door. I could have knocked on your door and be like, yo, there's some world intel here at the Gold Saucer, but you didn't want to do that. You didn't want to do that.
Bro, unless you're alone, then he wants to join you.
Exactly. Oh, wait, no, is that right?
Yeah, if you went to him alone, he'll be like...
I thought you were making a joke. I've never done the alone before. I've never done the alone. Tell me about it.
Wait a minute,
That's the Barrett date, right?
Okay, I got to throw this out there. So you guys wanted me to take the red date, right?
Yeah.
I got to point out real quick something I discovered that was both cool and unfortunate. The red date doesn't exist. You can set it, but it doesn't exist.
Yep.
I thought my game glitched.
Barrett or red, right?
Yep. So here's what. Okay. So here's what happens when you do the Barrett date. Well, we'll start there for a second. Well, you're just gonna do with knock at the door. You hear a knock at the door. Cloud gets up, opens it. There's no one there. He says, "Weird." With Barrett, you don't see anything. With Red, same exact thing happens. And I sent a clip to you, Daniel. If you watch those real quick, I thought my game was glitching. He goes, weird. And then Cloud, like, you look to the right, you see Red get in the elevator by himself and then leave. And then you have to call the elevator back up to take it down.
Do you see at any point Barrett do that? Like, does Barrett take the elevator?
To my recollection, no. Barrett just isn't there at all. So, because Barrett, as we saw with that cutscene, is chasing after the robe with the gun. So, at this point, so with Barrett, Cloud's just hearing knocks at the doors. But with Red appears to have knocked at the door and then, I guess, get embarrassed or back out. Because I sent a clip of it. You see him get into the elevator last second and just it closes. And I thought my game was glitching out because I said, all right, so I'll also point out.
There it is.
So I think on hopefully this clip catches it because I did it
there
twice.
There he is.
Bye. Later. See ya. He just leaves and nothing happens. So unless my game actually glitched, I tried this twice.
I don't think so. Yeah.
You see me, I'm just like, wait, what happened?
Hey, where you go, man? Come back. Come back.
Let me in.
We were going to hit the Gold Saucer, man.
So, yeah, I wanted to point out to you guys, real quick, I gotta go because it's at the very end of the notes here, I think. As I told you guys, we're gonna shout out Jackie's journal real quick because this is probably the
journal.
This is probably the shortest
Jackie's journal.
This is the shortest Jackie's journal to ever exist because what happens at the end is hang on. My notebook fell apart. Okay, here we go. So here we go. I got it. She had 1 page of notes for this.
Okay.
She wasn't feeling good, and I said, "Okay, I'm gonna let you pick what date we go on. Like, I'll do the rest of the chapter by myself. Just you could do one. You can take the notes for one of the dates." So I said, "Whoever you want, it's all yours." She takes Red. She loves that little guy. We have a cat named after him. She wanted to do, the Red date. So at the beginning of her notes, Nanaki, my beloved. All she had was she made a comment about no Final Fantasy men having armpit hair. She wants to know who supplies the robes with black robes.
Why does my man have armpit hair? No Final Fantasy character has armpit hair.
So then all I actually get about the date, Liam wastes an hour of my time because I built up to the date. Liam wasted an hour of my time, promises I will go on a date with Red. He lied. I will cry myself to sleep. Thanks, jerk. Love you. So
those are good notes.
That's all I got. That is the end of Jackie's journal.
Journal.
So I'm just gonna point out that from this point onward, I don't have any notes on Red's date. I just have notes on Tifa's date and the 2 lonesome dates.
Yeah,
because Cloud is alone for Barrett and Red's. So I got the loner vibes for today. and Tifa. So anyway,
nice.
We can move up. I just wanted to point that out. Yeah, there's no Red date. which made me sad. I wanted to go on it, but it's just funny that he ditches you at the door. He clearly knocked. He was like,
He was like,
And
"Nah,
then
this is too far. This is too much. He's gonna. I'm not gonna be cool anymore.
It's weird.
It's gonna be weird. It's gonna be weird. We're just walking to this elevator. Nobody's gonna see me. It's gonna be fine."
That's the 16-year-old coming
Yeah.
out. It's just
That's
like,
weird. It's
I
weird.
don't
It's
know.
weird.
It's weird.
I would have liked it. Hey man, do you want to go on a
Veto.
You want to go?
Veto.
Yeah, veto.
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 What am I even gonna
Do we
say?
want to cover the knock at the door for Yuffie and Tifa here real quick?
Sure. Yeah.
Before
Go take it away.
Okay. So if you get, so I did all three of the ladies, but it sounds like Dan's going to cover Aerith and maybe Lee is going to cover Tifa. So I can cover Yuffie. So Yuffie complains that Tifa and Aerith went on the Skywheel date and left her alone. And Cloud says, "I forgot you were the new girl. Sure don't act like it." And she says, "You're going to love this, Lee. That's my superpower. I slide in, buddy up, and then yoink." That's setting up that materia grab for part 3, right? So
that little bastard.
Yep. It's already in there. It's already in there. They're setting it up.
Ooh,
So
I do want to point.
Go
Centurion made a great comment about the Red thing. Red was probably going to. I'm assuming that's Centurion. I only see the first 2 letters, but Red was probably going to break character, but decided to opt out last minute. That's a great. Honestly, I kind of like that. That maybe because he is getting. If you do the side quests with Red, it's clear that the two of them are getting pretty close with each other as time's going on. They're getting tighter. Yeah. But maybe Red was going to initially use this as his opportunity to, maybe he was going to give Cloud what he's clearly given Aerith at some point. He dropped the barrier with Aerith. Maybe tonight was his thought on it. But then after he heard Cloud getting up from the bed, he was like, "Nah, can't do it. Not ready." And he backed. I like that. Don't know if it's true or not, but I'm going to headcanon that.
Yeah, that's good headcanon for sure.
I like it too.
That's a good. Yeah, just hey, he was ready to show Cloud what was up, and then said, "Nah, nah."
So
as far as Yuffie's concerned, is that the end of what you had to say for Yuffie?
Yeah, that just for the little intro piece, that was it. It's just a real quick little reminder that we were talking about like how good a friend she feels that quick, with everybody last week. And this kind of like explains that really quick. She says it's her superpower to buddy up with people.
And it's like, all right, how much of that were you faking, and how much of it is like real? Because like,
right,
it seems genuine to me. Like a lot of the stuff that's her superpower, though, making me believe that she's actually genuine about it. But I'd say by the end of this game, I think she's got like an actual friendship with these people that she just met.
Or she's a real good liar.
Yeah, I think she's kind of tricked herself into liking them, or like she's
maybe.
like at first maybe
she
her
went
intention.
Too deep.
Yeah, like I think she was in too deep.
I just want to say for the Tifa knock, just so that we can move on from the door knocking. She immediately tries to care for Cloud. It's like the first thing she says. She's looking out for him. I think she offers him water, if I remember correctly, or something like that.
Food and water, yeah.
Food and water. She wants to make sure he's okay.
Mm-hmm.
She mentions that Aerith and Yuffie went to go hit the Skywheel, and says, something like, "Oh, they really hit it off." And Cloud even like kind of talks to her about, "Oh, like, aren't you also good at making friends?" And Tifa says that she acts like she can make friends, which is an interesting statement. Like, I believe she really does want to, but I think she struggles. So I think with her date with Cloud, it's kind of nice because Cloud's definitely the person she feels, I think, closest to in a lot of ways. Like, they have the most familiarity with one another. So I think her coming back to spend the night with him and try and maybe check on him and go on a date is something just for her to, take that loneliness she might have been feeling by seeing the others hitting it off with each other and saying, "You know what, I kind of want to go hit it off with somebody that I want to hit it off with." Yeah. So that's just my take on it. But anyway, so that's what happens after she knocks on the door.
Yeah, and of course, we get this scene here with Aerith. This is Aerith, of course, just checking in on Cloud. But like I said, the main thing I took away from this was like, so there was nothing like that, right? When Tifa
No.
Yuffie. So yeah, that was significant to me. Where he just she was Paul like what, and then nothing, never mind. I didn't just dream about you. So here we go. They're running a special in the sky wheel and stuff like that. So we're gonna go. We get to see Barrett watching the kids. We already did that one. I'm catching back up. We got Chadley being a Chad, knowing when to back off. I love that when you arrive at the Chocobo Square, Aerith goes right into announcer mode. I don't know what happens with I'm curious with you guys, because like I said, I mean, I got Aerith, and then for the replay, I'm doing hard mode run, and I forgot to set it. I just got Aerith again, so whatever. But Aerith goes right into announcer mode, and Cloud actually joins in on the fun, and like kind of in announcer mode as well, talking about the breed. It's an obvious winner here, Aerith. I thought that was really cool, man. Like, that was a sweet moment right there between Aerith and Cloud. Like, to have that almost flirty little fun. That was cool. I liked it. What happened with Tifa or Yuffie? Anything interesting?
At Chocobo Square, as far as Tifa's concerned, I mean, the only real note that I made is Madam M calling Tifa Cloud's girlfriend if you talk to her.
Nice.
And then Cloud just going, whatever. I don't know if she does that with Aerith or not. I imagine she might say the same with Aerith and potentially you, but I don't know if you talked to her. Anyway, so if you talk to Madam M, she does say that, that she calls Tifa Cloud's girlfriend. And if Cloud's alone, so if you do the Red or Barrett date, she makes fun of him, saying that, it's very sad that he's out alone at the Gold Saucer, because this place is made for dating. Like, it's made for date nights. So go find a pretty young thing, she says. And Cloud just says, whatever. So,
nice.
One other thing though about Tifa, she is bummed that she can't race the Chocobos. When you try to go to the counter to race, she's bummed out, which I thought was cool, because we know that at least in the original game, you can technically race with Tifa and Sid if you go to the Gold Saucer when playing as either of them. So maybe we'll get to see Tifa actually get to ride a Chocobo. We don't see it with her in this game, but I'm wondering if in the next game we actually get to see her race a Chocobo, because she seemed pretty eager to do it, but you get refused. So
definitely teeing up part 3. I think that's. Yeah, we're gonna have Tifa and dancing at the Honeybee Inn. We're gonna have Tifa riding Chocobos. You know what I mean? Like, remember we got that tease in the last couple 2 chapters ago, with about the Honeybee Inn thing. Oh yeah.
Anything about Yuffie? Anything about Yuffie, Riley, with this, or not really?
It was pretty similar to what you described with Tifa. It's like when you walk in, she's really excited for the Chocobos, and then she's bummed out to learn that she can't do anything with it, and she's just kind of like, let's get out of here.
I like how
there's not a lot to it.
You approach Yuffie, and she says, like, Aerith invites her to tag along, and she says, "No thanks, I know when I'm not wanted." Do you know?
Same thing with Tifa. I'm surprised.
Do you know?
Surprised she had enough. I'm surprised she had enough foresight here. That's uncharacteristic.
I know. She says, "I know when I'm not wanted," and it's just like, I played chapter 6. Like,
if you're alone. She doesn't even go there. She just says, I think I'm just going to chill out for a sec. So she actually shoots you. She doesn't even try to impose. Because her saying, I know when I'm not wanted, implies that she would like to join along, but she's actually being uncharacteristically respectful of your privacy. Whereas if you're by yourself and you talk to her, she just says, I just want to chill out a sec. So she kind of shoots you down in a sense. She's like, I'm just going to chill on my own. I need to chill out.
Guys, would you indulge me in some... I don't know, maybe some part 3 talk. Talking about minigames. Would you indulge me? Some indulgence here?
I can do some indulgement.
Thank you.
Let's do it.
I don't know why I said indulge. I'm going to say indulge one more time. Now, from the survey, Sparuten, not Spartan, it says Sparuten, says, the game show clearly teases that we will get snowboarding in part 3 at the Gold Saucer. But do you think... we will get other minigames at the Gold Saucer, such as the ones in the original FF7? What do you guys think?
See why not.
Yeah. Do you think the Gold Saucer will eventually turn into the minigame hub, where we bring in the Dolphin Show? We'll bring in them all, just expand out that arcade section and let's get it all in one area.
Sorry, what were you gonna say? What?
Why not?
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
want
why
them
not?
all in one area, dude. Bring in the jump frogs. I want that in there as well. I want all mini games in one location for
I
part
was
3.
just about to say, if part 3 opens up the world as truly open as we can get, like everywhere we've been, including even Midgar, the slums and everything, it would be nice to, like you just said, have everything all in one spot, because the need to travel, if you want to play Fort Condor and you got to do that in Midgar because it's really popular there, no, you can just go to the Gold Saucer. You want to play the Dolphin game, but you got to go to Juno? No, just go to the Gold Saucer. Just everything at the Gold Saucer would be pretty sick.
Yeah,
just,
because
we're going to have a whole world full of mini games.
now 8 divided by 2 skin said, do you every time it makes me say it. Do you think the buggy, that we're getting a little ahead of ourselves, but it's still minigame related, so I wanted to bring it in. Do you think the buggy and minecart shooting minigames are a precursor to the Highwind dogfights in part 3, or perhaps even the submarine? Now, first of all, I want to say, oh please God, no. I want that to be straight up like Square Enix. You got to make Ace Combat. You have to go all out and make that
Does
feel.
the combat on the Highwind lend itself to something like Ace Combat, do you think? Because I
know it's not really like super mobility has got to be really tough with the Highwind, but still I would want something that is more like, I want them to go all in on making that feel good, because you want to give everybody an excuse to fly the Highwind. And with fast travel and all this other stuff, you struggle to think like, okay, well, how do they make the Highwind exciting? Well, I've been talking about dogfighting, like the freaking aerial dogfights, for a long, long time now. Like, I think we got aerial dogfights. We have to make that feel good. Like, that has to be fun. You got to put all of your effort into that, like you put in Queen's Blood. Like, make that the mini game, right? So you have a really fun aerial combat, and it can't be like this whole on rails, moving the cursor around and shooting like we get with the buggy or the minecart. I really want that to be really fleshed out. And then, speaking of mini games that will show up in the Gold Saucer in part 3, the submarine is another one. So I would like that to also feel fleshed out. And if you got the aerial combat down, if you get that feeling real good in the sky, well, you take that same mechanics and you bring that underwater in a more claustrophobic tight corner, because remember, like in the original game, you're going through some like really tight corridors and you're avoiding mines and stuff. Everything feels a lot more claustrophobic, whereas Highwind would be wide open. So you bring that down there. I just want those two mini games to feel real good. Bring them in, not the Highwind, but bring the submarine into the Gold Saucer. The Highwind will, we'll have plenty of stuff to do in the sky with the Highwind out in the open world. But yes, I would love to see Gold Saucer be like a minigame hub, bring back the Jump Frog minigame, all of that stuff, all in one. Even the Mog House stuff. It wasn't, Mog House was in the original game, but in the Gold Saucer, they decided to move that out to the open world. Let's bring it all in-house. You know what I mean? Let's bring it all Gold Saucer in part 3, because we already had that fun in Rebirth. So,
yeah.
Let's go ahead and kind of move on a little bit. We're going to rank these minigames. I'm not even ready to rank the minigames. I don't have the graphics set up. But when you walk into this, you see Jesse's poster. This is kind of a big moment. This is a big moment. This is actually Excalibur's best birth, right? No. Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, best side quest. You had it as your best side quest.
Is that what it was?
Yeah. We're like, is this a side? I don't know. Right. We don't know what to do.
But I just counted the date with Tifa as a side. Like I said to Dan, I was like, I'm just counting an optional date.
Yeah. Which date did you like the best?
Is the side quest.
Which date did you like the best? Type thing. Which one did you feel like was? And I imagine that you guys like the Tifa date the best, correct?
I would have loved a red date. Damn it.
I feel like the Tifa date, because although I didn't play it, I did go back and I watched all of the dates on
I've
YouTube.
seen some of the
aired stuff. I just didn't know about this solo thing. I thought that's new to me.
Dude, the solo thing with Jesse might actually Okay, so
How does that go down? Talk to me on that one.
I want to know. Well, actually, first I was gonna say, can I know what happens with Yuffie and Aerith? Because the Alone and the Tifa thing with Jesse is a lot more emotional. But I want to know what happens with Yuffie and Aerith before we get emotional. So, Wiley, what happens with Yuffie and Jesse?
So Yuffie points at the poster, and she's like, "Oh, she's pretty," or something like that. And Cloud says she was a friend, and Yuffie mentions that she didn't think Cloud had friends, and he's just sort of awkward, and she's like, and then she says something like, "I swear, Cloud, it's like you're destined to be surrounded by smoking hot chicks."
Yeah, I remember that now. I looked at it. That's funny. I actually
and she poses when she says that, she's including herself in that.
Right.
And he's like, "Lucky me, huh?" And she's like, "All right, this way, big magnet." She like pulls him into the theater, and then they kind of look around and then leave. But it's pretty brief.
Funny.
But
that's funny though. I mean, that sounds like it's the most chipper one. What does Aerith have to say? Because as I recall, they never met. Jesse and Aerith never met. So yeah.
So basically, when you see Jesse's poster, Cloud stops for a moment. Aerith asks if she was a girlfriend or just a friend, and that Cloud can be pretty dense when it comes to this sort of thing. When it comes to like a girlfriend or just a friend, and Cloud says that she gave as good as she got. She's just a friend. And then Aerith says, "Are you sure about that? It's not that black and white." And Cloud has a lot to learn, whether that's a reference to Aerith liking Cloud or like somebody, Tifa liking Cloud, or maybe that Jesse liked Cloud, or maybe Aerith and Tifa like Cloud, and then Cloud's just like doesn't know, he's oblivious to this stuff. So Aerith was basically taking this moment to like say, "Yo, Cloud, you gotta realize, open your eyes up a little bit." Now, the main thing to take away from this is when Aerith says things are not as black and white. I thought that was kind of a cool little thing there, because it reminds me of a certain debate that goes on in this end. Things aren't as black and white, clear cut as you would hope they would be. So I think it's kind of just brilliant writing.
That's interesting that she says that exact. Not that this.
Yeah, she says it exactly like that. She said not as clear as like in the fandom. Yeah, she says just like that.
I don't think this is an actual like connection to this. It's just funny she says that, because when Cloud's alone during this scene, he gets instead of saying anything when he sees the poster. Well, he does say one thing, but when he goes and looks at the poster, he just gets a flashback montage of all these moments with Jesse.
Yes.
And it's like muted audio, but it's in black and white. It's or like monochrome or something, but it's kind of more black and white. It's funny because he's just getting a montage. There's no real spoken word or anything, but he does end it by saying, he does, after the flashback's over, he then says, "Hey, you still owe me that pizza."
Yep.
And then he walks up to the theater and he goes, "Her old stomping grounds. I should go have a look." So that was a very
that's almost that's cool. I like that.
Yeah.
I almost in a weird. Okay, so I think during this scene, either Tifa or the Alone, surprisingly, might be the best things to have. With Tifa though, and Wiley, feel free to chime in, because I
imagine this is a little more personal.
Very personal.
Yeah.
She goes in on going like you. First of all, Tifa's the one that notices the poster, kind of similar to how you said Yuffie would, but she's there looking at the poster, and you walk up to her and she just starts going on about how Jesse was just super helpful to her. That when she got to Midgard, Jesse was like the one who really helped her get on her feet. And I thought that was a really sweet, moment. She's talking about just like how confident and cool she was and how she looked up to her a lot. It's a very somber moment. And then
it definitely reminded me of Traces of Two Pasts.
Yep.
You get the sense that there's a history here through very little dialogue, which it's really well done.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I was gonna say there was something. Oh, and they both by the end of the discussion about how Tifa looked up to her, that she was confident, cool, and how helpful she was. They both have an exchange that they both miss Jessie, and that they both wish that they could have seen her perform.
Yeah.
And and then all of that was really, really, sweet and sad. And then I walked out and I noticed that the poster said Loveless G Edition.
Ooh.
And that made me think of Genesis, and I immediately
Veto.
kind of was like,
Veto.
I was like, why is it the G Edition? No, but I'm actually a little surprised that, the Tifa version's great, but I'm honestly surprised that the Alone version might arguably be better.
It might be the best when it comes to Jessie. Yeah, like this is to be that. I get like with Tifa, it's a little more personal, and it's more about Tifa and her connection with Jessie, and Cloud is reserved, not sharing. Whereas when he's by himself, he's allowed to reflect and then like kind of give that inner monologue. I like that, dude. That's cool. So another thing I wanted to kind of point out here is, I don't know, maybe I just took a little note, because with Remake and how the unknown journey is a little different than it was in the original game. Whereas in the original game, you got to be part of the play and, with your date and your all that other stuff, right? But you arrive a little later to the play, so the play is over. Is that because Cloud went to sleep and then kind of slept in a little bit, missed the play? I don't know.
Probably.
Maybe if you kind of want the timeline to add up. Anyway, so when you arrive at the Sky Wheel, Aerith is really excited, grabs Cloud by the arm to go ride it, but then it shuts down because there has been a wee little shooting. It's just a wee shooting. Just a wee little shooting. Yeah, just between you and me, there's been a wee shooting. But
sounds painful.
God, why? So
wait, she grabs him by the arm?
She grabs him by the arm to kind of lead him, which I've seen the Tifa one.
Because she grabs him by the hand.
Yeah, that was
that was my dude. That was my wallpaper on my PS5.
Oh,
was
nice.
them holding and walking up to the Sky Wheel. And when dude, this is kind of funny, but when he goes there alone, he says, seems more like a couples thing, and then walks up to it anyway. I don't know what he thought. I don't know what he thought was gonna happen. But yeah, he just started walking up to it anyway.
Yeah.
Anyway. Oh, I know that we kind of jumped over. We don't need to go over the space cadets or whatever, the Muscle Coliseum, but I did want to point out that if you are alone, because Red's at the Coliseum, he will join you as your partner.
Oh, cool.
For the Coliseum. If you're alone, when you walk in, he will do that. But if you go in alone, he for some reason doesn't inform you that he's hiding from children. Which, if you talk to him, instead he just says like something like, "I'm just gonna hang out here."
I missed a little detail from earlier. I think it was when he raised his hand that like he wanted to go. Yuffie does the one thing that he's been like dreading. But
he doesn't seem to hate it that much.
Don't pet me, don't you? And then she goes, "Oh, good boy!" Like calls him a good boy. Oh man, yeah.
But he seemed to be okay with it. It honestly reminded me of On the Way to a Smile. Their interactions during that, because she would pet him a lot during that, and if I recall, he didn't care for it when in the book. It's been a while since I read that book, but they spend a lot of time together during her chapter in that book. So
yeah, that's right.
Not necessarily a callback to that, but kind of cool. It just reminded me of that because she doesn't stop doing that years later. So, it's still going on.
So here's come on, let's get in line, and grabs him by the arm.
Hold on,
kind of leads him.
On.
Yeah.
Before we get to the Sky Wheel, so in the speed, whatever it is, where you do the Space Ranger stuff, you get interesting dialogue with Yuffie and Tifa because Aerith is there, and you could talk to Aerith.
That is true.
Okay.
And so this is where one of the dialogues is that I was pointing out earlier. So with Yuffie, it's just funny. Aerith asks if they're on a date. Cloud's like, absolutely not. And Yuffie's like, you're just being shy. You were thrilled when I swept you off your feet. You're deep down, you're thinking, let me buy you all the materia. Cloud's like, absolutely not. She's like, you're loving every minute of this. He's like, absolutely not. She's yeah. But the Tifa one is where we get this the detail that goes back to that fortune. So Aerith is checking to see if Tifa and Cloud are fighting, implying she knows about Calm, and she admits that she's jealous. So she says, there must be someone out here who wants to hang out with a cool person like me. And Cloud's like, stop it. This isn't the time to go making new friends. Tifa's like, you heard the man, Aerith. Cloud says, all I'm saying is anyone can put on a good, friendly face, including Shinra spies. They could be anywhere, waiting to pounce. Reference to Kate Sid,
that's funny.
Right?
Oh, wow.
And Aerith basically says, thanks, but I'm not that naive. I know a Shinra creep when I see one. And Cloud's like, stay sharp. And she's like, I will. Sharp as a tack. No, go enjoy your date. And it ends. But the whole thing is just like a flat out, like in your face foreshadowing.
Yeah. I also think it's funny going into the Space Ranger thing when the hologram's given the whole speech.
Yeah.
Tifa looks at that and she goes, was that how you were when you were, in Soldier? And then Cloud goes, hopefully I wasn't that green. Also, it's funny when you mentioned the interaction with Aerith. If you do that alone, it's the same as the Tifa one, but it's way more awkward because Tifa's not there to lighten the mood a bit by kind of awkwardly, like jokingly going, "Oh yeah, you heard the man." Like it's just straight up Cloud going, "No, stop!
Right,
don't make friends." Because there's nothing for him to bounce on. He's just like, "Stop it!
So
don't make friends."
All right,
and
so
I think it's really funny when Cloud's alone because he could go hang out with Red, Tifa, Aerith, any one of these people.
Could be like, "Yo, come with me."
She's like, "Oh, I wish there was someone cool to hang out with me," and he goes, "Yeah." Like he's just whatever. Like
it's like Aerith said in the by the Jesse poster. Like, you can be a little dense on this sort of stuff. That's Aerith clearly like wishing that she was with like on this date. And then
it's interesting.
Yeah.
Well,
I like how Cloud. Well, the way I interpret it is my man wants her all to himself. And I mean, like, listen, I'm on the date. I want both girls. If I'm on a date with Tifa, but listen, I want to keep you. All right, like, listen, don't go anywhere. Don't go meet new people. Is what kind of like what I got. Like, don't go meet new people. And then like I got it. Like that was what I picked up on it, where he was like, don't go meet new people. And then he had to come up with an excuse, like because people like the Shinra spies and stuff like that. Like
that's a funny interpretation.
That was my interpretation. I don't know. Maybe I'm just.
I didn't get that at all. I thought he was just savage to her. Like, he was just mean.
I thought he was just being.
I thought he just didn't want her to go meet new people. Don't meet new people.
This is like the first time I think or not the first time, but this is definitely one of the more. I don't want to say dangerous because it's the saucer, but like usually whenever the crew splits up, like in a town or something, it's much more quiet. They can kind of connect with each other easier. The saucer is much more big and vast, so them separated can be more problematic if something goes. And we're gonna see that happen with Barrett pretty shortly.
Yep.
What happens when they separate? But yeah, I didn't get the impression that he was holding Aerith off like that. I just thought the interpretation was interesting because if you talk to her when you're alone and she says, "Oh, I wish somebody would hang out with me."
She's like, absolutely not. Don't do that.
It's just funny because I view that as Aerith saying,
funny.
"Oh, you're someone cool who should hang out with me."
Yeah.
But when she's when Cloud's with Tifa, you can tell she's jealous because she even says it. But
she says it, yeah.
But you can tell she's respectful, so she is maybe looking for somebody else in that moment. Like, hey, I wish there was somebody cool to hang out with me. Not necessarily you, Cloud. You're spoken for at the moment.
I think Tifa and Aerith, I think they're both kind of into it. If you know what I mean. Like, I think they both got into it. I think she was like, "Hey, you heard the man. Don't go meet new people." Like as a joke. Like we're just joking because we know that we both, like it's like a thing. Anyways, we're gonna move on as we go to the wee little shooting. Wee little shooting. I want to get to the wee shooting.
Okay.
No, go ahead. Go.
What you got, Wyatt? What you got?
Give me one more thing.
All I was gonna say is, so when you run through the little Space Ranger, Captain Iron America Man area,
Captain Iron America.
So if you do this, if you do the speed square game with the ship, Space Ranger, whatever it's called, and you do well, when you come out of it, Yuffie says, "If you ever go into space for real, I'm coming with."
Ooh.
And I just thought that was a dope
That's cool.
part 3. Yeah, so that's all. That's all it was.
I didn't bother
that's
doing it
good.
alone. I wonder what Cloud would have said. I know with Tifa, I kind of wanted to hear the bad dialogue, and she basically says, she said something like, "Oh, it's okay. It's your first time." She was too supportive for my liking. I was hoping she'd be mean, but no, she was just like, "Oh, it's your first time." It's like, thanks. I was hoping you'd be funnier.
Yeah, if you do well, she says something like, "You do that like you've done it before, like that wasn't your first time." Or so. If I didn't know any
Oh,
better,
that's funny.
yeah,
So, yeah.
that's what she said. If I didn't know any better, I'd say you've done that before.
And Aerith will say, "You should try this out," or whatever. He said, "No, I'm much better on my feet." And then like after you do it, she'll say, "You were pretty good on your off your feet," or something like that.
That's a cool nod to chapter 6 when I told you or 7, chapter 7 with the side quest with the bikinis.
Oh yeah,
if you
absolutely.
do bad during the shooting gallery, she goes, like she teases Cloud and he goes, "What can I say? I'm better with a sword." So it seems like if he does good, it's cool, but if it's bad, he's got an excuse. It's like, what can I say? I'm better with this.
I say, I'm just cool,
Cloud,
man. I'm a cool guy.
I'm cool except for when I'm not. I have a reason for why I'm not. It's a cool reason. It's because I'm better with a sword.
I feel like my notes are out of place here because I'm missing like a whole thing about Dio. But Kate says shows up and says there's been a wee little shooting. They go down. There's been a wee shooting. Now, Dio. God, I like. Where's my whole notes on this section? Yeah,
he flexed so hard it popped off.
Yeah, dude, like freaking Dio flexed his pec and then just knocked my notes off.
Oh, that shirt.
Yeah, the shirt reveal was earlier, but still good.
I didn't even catch it earlier. I missed it.
All right, so here comes Dio. Okay, this is where I think a couple weeks ago we had a question of like, is there a line where goofiness becomes too much? Now, I like Dio. I think the goofiness of Dio worked really well at the beginning of this chapter when he's doing the dance number and all that other stuff. But I got a little bit of an issue with this. Whereas Dio comes in here, I think this would have been a freaking fantastic juxtaposition of Dio as a character if he would have come in here serious. Like, if he would have came in here with a very serious face, and we're like, oh, this is the guy who was just, dancing and, like, doing a dance number, who was super eccentric, doing, like, the little flexing and everything, but now he's serious, and he comes in here and he's placing the blame on one of us. I feel like that would have really drove home that tension, and but he comes in, and he is, like, I feel like the game is trying to convey that. He does come in and
he shouldn't be posing.
He is a little more serious, but my man straight up flexes over top of this dead body right here, inches from his foot, and he's just like, yeah! And this dead body with a tarp that somehow is not dissolved into the live stream where they have like tarps over, which is not, it's whatever. I get it. Whatever. It's cool. It's a good visual. Dead bodies, but. Like, he's flexing over the dead bodies of your staff and guests, which was, so the first time around, I was a little disappointed the first time I played this game, where I was like, this whole scene happened not like the original, and I'm like, oh man, now I don't like what they're doing. I was already worried about going in based off of the blood trails being removed in the remake, where I was like, oh man, and then in the cargo ship that was changed altogether. I'm like, they're nerfing it, man. They're nerfing it. They're teen rating nerfing this. And then like, so the fact that it was all Shinra troopers, and I'm like, we're murdering thousands of those in this entire game. Like, this doesn't really matter. But then Dio...
I'm gonna disagree on that part.
Well, let me finish because Dio does follow up with saying that guest and staff alike were caught in the crossfire, and I was like, that was a detail that I missed, and I was like, okay, that makes it a little more like, okay, now we're back to being serious now, and Tifa obviously is like that. They zoom in on her face, and you get that like, oh, this is bad. But when it was just Shinra troopers, I'm like, dude, come on, go ahead.
Even still, I'm gonna disagree on that. Only because I feel like there's a difference between like murder and combat, so to speak.
Yeah.
Combat is when two mutual parties are engaged in a, like, you know, they're willing part. We see this later when Cloud's about to like mercilessly kill the defenseless troops who's are like trying to surrender, and that's what makes that scene screwed up. So to me, it's a similar notion here. We don't see the scene unfold. What we know is that these troopers were Palmer's security personnel.
Mm-hmm.
So the implication I get here is Palmer was just watching the show, and we know in a later scene he actually left to go to the bathroom, and then Dine just rolls up unexpected and shoots them down. This is like a cold-blooded, just like, hey, you guys are standing. Oh yeah, dude, I gotta point out in my notes, Dio striking poses while talking about a suspected criminal.
A mass shooting.
Yeah, wait, who gunned down his establishment is kind of goofy.
Yeah.
I agree. This part, and I'm gonna be honest, too, we kind of glossed over, but earlier, like, this added on to my already kind of more, I don't want to say negative, but negative perception of this chapter. I don't care for that scene with Barrett spotting Dine in the robe. I don't know how you guys feel about that, because we sort of just mentioned that it happened. But narratively, I feel like that was a weird change. And then, because now we're immediately kind of revealing the smoke and gun. There's no mystery to what happened here.
Yeah,
we're seeing. Now, don't get me wrong. The three of us, we obviously know the story, but I try to appreciate stories from a perspective of the new audience as well. And all that scene did is undo any tension of
we know right away that this is not Barrett.
Right, we know it's not him. We might not know it's Dine. That's depending on how much you remember his clothes from the flashback scenes, but or how good you are at, piecing together that. But I didn't like that change. And then we're going into this.
Yeah,
agreed.
And it's just
you can imagine the conversation that's being held right now would be so much more like, oh crap, to a new player, like. Where Cloud is, everybody's saying no, Barrett wouldn't do this. Like, no, that's not Barrett. And like, so yeah, I 100% agree with you on that one. We should have left that mystery. Like,
this would have been a little better for me. I feel like if we cut that scene out entirely, because again, I know it's not Barrett, but if you feel the tension of the scene, you got these guys who are like, this is not Barrett. We know it's not Barrett in this game because we just saw it wasn't him. He's chasing after the suspect. But here, and then just combined with the goofiness of Dio here. I mean, I love Dio. He's Muscle Daddy Supreme. But I think they really didn't have to have him flexing and doing. I mean, again, somebody pointed out in the comments, he is an eccentric fella. I'm cool with that. I mean, him walking around here shirtless and all muscled up isn't the issue or anything like that. What he's wearing isn't the issue. It's the fact that his establishment just got shot up.
And this is the kind of like
flexing over the dead body.
No, take out the flexing. Give me a very serious Dio like we're seeing right here. Like, look at this. Yeah. He's very stern. He shook his hand, like pulled him in, and then clasped the bracelet on to keep track of him. And it's just like, now that is kind of like, we're taking a character, like I said, that's a goofy, like flexing all over the place character, and he's serious right now. Where I like that so much better. Remove the goofiness in this moment. Like, we don't need goofiness all the time. And then watch him strike this pose right over this guy's dead body. Like, there's the dead body right there. The dead body's right there. Like, it's at his feet.
It's muscle memory. He can't help it. That's all I got.
There's the dead body. There it is right there. There's the dead.
Bro, that's the dead guy. You see
taste. Maybe if you were jacked, you wouldn't have got shot, bro. The bullet would have bounced off your pec, bro. You should have. The bullets can't penetrate my muscle.
Don't get me wrong. Like, we're talking about the goofiness of thing. I mean, this is one of those things that just has to inherently be goofy for the narrative to work. I just find it goofy also that Dio is willing to let potential accomplices to murder run around for 24 hours because he values loyalty and friendship and justice. He's like, oh yeah, go find the man who actually did it. I trust that it wasn't your friend who I totally saw had a gun for an arm and probably is the guy who did all this. But you know what? I value that you value loyalty. So go ahead, go find out who did it, because there's got to be a bunch of guys with guns for arms.
More than character statements, and I thought that was a good line. Like, we're going to go on the way down to the Dust Bowl, which is, it got named the Corel Prison. And Kate Sith is going to kind of give us a little bit of a setup here on what this place is all about. It's the worst of the worst. It is the scum, the scum of the world are all here. And we also get a little bit of history, as Corel used to be, like this. No, not Corel. The Corel prison used to be for the staff to live in as they were working on the Gold Saucer. Monsters overran, so the staff moved up top, and then the scum comes in to move, to kind of swoop in and take over that land. And anything goes here. Very, very similar to Midgar, whereas when Midgar was being built, everybody lived on the down low. Then the monsters started coming in, so they moved up top. When these reactors are built, that's when the land starts to turn into a desert and dry up, just like over in Midgar. Happens here as well. So cool that we got a little bit of detail there from Kate Sith. We arrive at the Dust Bowl. Major Trenton adds in the survey that a distaste for this scene here, whereas the party is captured by the Corel prison. This is legitimately my least favorite scene, he says, in the entire game, as it makes no sense. The party knows they're walking into a trap. They the power level that can easily take down Genova, they couldn't, they get ambushed here easily and taken by the bikers. I mean, I get it. I think some things are kind of like, you just gotta go with the flow. You just gotta go with the flow on this one.
I really don't like this scene either.
You don't like it either?
I really dislike this scene.
You don't like the Mad Max circling?
No, visually it's cool. I don't have a problem with that. I just don't like how they get jumped so easily by a bunch of thugs on bikes.
Yeah,
I don't
Clark
like that
catches
they
the nail bat.
Oh, I love that he got a nail
bat.
Yeah.
But it just dude takes one nail bat hit from this,
like I said,
gets knocked
there's
out.
a difference between gameplay and cutscenes, and I think the difference between that. Yeah.
But we've seen him fighting way more formidable things in cutscenes, so a guy on a bike with a bat shouldn't be this effective again, in my honest opinion. It's just one of those things where I'm willing to suspend disbelief on occasion with certain things, but I mean, and maybe it's just because of the back-to-back weirdness and suspension of disbelief, like Dio being
that's good,
forgiving or allowing us to go out. See, all these other things culminating to this, I felt like it was just a little too much for me.
Didn't really bother me that much. I like the little dialogue with Garth when he's like, "Welcome to Corel Prison, bitch." It's good stuff, man. I like that. I like its Mad Max style kind of thing. Everything goes here.
The area is inspired and cool. I like.
I was gonna say
prison as a location. It is cool.
And this is kind of one of those things you go along with. And then it even kind of comes down to this as well. When the party is captured, they even make comments of like, "I can get out of this easily." They're just going along with it. They're going along with it because I guess they don't want to stir up crap. They don't want to cause unnecessary.
I guess it's potentially their best lead on clearing.
And there's that too, right? There's that too.
But at the same time, it's just if they aren't. I mean, you get the impression that they're going along with it, but if they also aren't, because you got Kate over here kind of bugging out. He doesn't seem like he's going along with it. Red says something like, "In a cage again, this time with friends though."
Yep.
Like he even made
Yuffie said, "I can just ninja my way out of this," but no.
Right.
Yeah, I think it's just I don't know. Like everything about this sort of just didn't rub me the right way until this motherfucker walks in.
Oh my god! Come on, baby. Hold on a second. Hold on. Hold on a second. All right, let's get there. Because this might be quite possibly one of the best moments of the entire game. Listen.
This is my best Rebirth,
bro.
Gus is my best Rebirth because what
was my best song right here?
Oh yes,
Gus Funk, dude. This chapter I was stuck between three songs. It was the Gus Funk, Anurin Suppressor, and Best of Friends Together Again. I was stuck between those three, and not making it Gus Funk was really hard. Yeah. But
Gus Funk. It was between Gus Funk or Knock at the Door. Aerith, Knock at the Door, Aerith. Yeah. So I was torn, but Gus Funk I messaged at here comes. Hold on, I gotta go back because it's so great. I messaged at FF7 Music and told him I was like, listen, man, I need Knock at the Door because it might be my favorite track in this. And he goes, and then I said it's between that. I said it's between that and Gus Funk, and he goes, oh, of Chapter 8, and I said, actually, it might be the entire game. It might be entire game, bro. I don't know yet. Here it comes.
No, the Gus.
Hey, boss, your guests are here.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Allow me to welcome you to my desert oasis, Cloud. Cloud, right? Got a fryer? Got it in one box.
Dude,
just to hear my boy.
I love that, and I love that there's the hype man Garth in the background.
Yeah.
So great, dude. This scene is the best. You dumbass. Just look at him. How could you forget, man?
Just look at him. Oh. So wait a minute. In the original game, it's been a minute, but he does exist in the original, but it's nowhere near what he was like in this game. Was his name like Mr.
Right.
Coates or something in the original
Coates,
game?
yeah,
It was
Coates or Coates or whatever his name
Coates
is.
or whatever. Mm-hmm. And he wasn't he kind of just a meek nobody? Like, yes. I feel like he was totally overhauled. They took kind of a nothing character and just made him so much cooler. He almost redeems my problems with this part of the game just because of how much charisma he oozes. I still don't love the Corel prison section of this game. I think that this is at least my least favorite part of the chapter, but this guy rules. Except for what he threatens to do with the ladies and the pets. Not cool.
Yeah.
But besides
there's plenty of other options to make money.
But as a villain, as like an antagonistic character, it's pretty, like, come on, it's hard not to like him. I hate to say it because he's a scumbag. Yep. And what he says about the girls does tie into a Tifa side quest that we get later in the game.
Yeah, it does.
So this sets that up because at first, especially given the fact that later during the like cutting ahead a little bit, but later during the race, we see he let the prisoners out to watch the race. Like he lets the gang watch Cloud on the TV. Yeah. So clearly, he kind of gives the impression that he might be bluffing a bit. He's not as bad as he wants you to think.
I mean,
but then we get that side quest with Tifa, and he's definitely as bad as he implies. So he's a bad dude. But it's hard not to crack a smile with this absolute character right now. This guy's a trip.
Jonah Scott, to answer East Blue Drew, has said, who's his voice actor? So Jonah Scott. I'm trying to find out what else you might recognize him from. He in a lot of anime. So yeah, Jonah Scott. Shout out to Jonah Scott because excellent voice acting, excellent writing, excellent music. This is freaking this scene is amazing, y'all. like his introduction. His introduction is actually like Gus's funky intro is my get hype moment, but it also might be the arrival at the Gold Saucer. I haven't decided yet. Like the very first scene of this chapter. I was going to make this my best like rebirth, like Gus. But
he was my best rebirth. I
just
get
the Gold Saucer. Yeah,
that's why I said earlier. Mine is very weird in comparison, but the saucer I feel like objectively makes more sense. But what they did with Gus, just oh man, they took like I said, they kind of took a nothing character and just made him
so good. Like the way
really
comes out really so good.
Enjoyable to kind of be here. And I don't know, man. I feel like for as scummy of a person as he is, I still can't get over the fact that he's just oozing charisma, which is why I think that makes him dangerous in a good way. Because I feel like on the surface you enjoy him, but then you think about him and you're like, holy crap, he's actually like a monster.
I just got finished watching the Predators. And it's filled with a bunch of people that you want to root for. Then you're like, wait a second, these guys are like literal predators. Like they're not good people. And you're just like, but it's kind of similar. So Yeah, basically he tells Cloud that this place runs on Gil. He's going to need to earn some Gil by winning a chocobo race. And he locks up the other party members, and they honestly don't seem to be too scared. Even Aerith says, we can handle ourselves. And then they kind of playing along with it for now. Even Yuffie saying that I can ninja my way out of this, I guess. But so there you go. Cloud's got to win a chocobo race, or as my talk to text says, a chugaboo race. A chugaboo race. And then Gus will tell him where the man with the gun arm is, who he has locked up under his lock and key.
Can I ask you guys a question? Mm-hmm. Can I ask you guys a question real quick? Why? Why is he making Cloud be a chocobo jockey?
Needs Gil. That's how you make a lot of money.
I get that. It's just
uncanny resemblance to a chocobo.
I feel like I thought about this maybe too much than anybody should for this part of the game. But maybe it's because this whole part of the game's not my favorite. But I was thinking about, like, why is he making him be a jockey when they have the Musclehead Coliseum, which you can also earn money at?
Nah.
Like, why not enlist the clearly
he just got knocked out with the mail bat. So obviously he not that
so
sad.
his reaction
more
time
money.
On Chocobo would be
more
better,
money in the
bro?
chocobo races.
Like,
more money on the chocobo races.
That part I could understand.
Yep.
Yeah.
It was weird.
Trivia.
This whole part's weird to me.
Trivia from Mr. Gainsborough in the survey says, Solemn Gus replaces Mr. Cortez, as originally in the Chocobo Challenge was to be as originally the Chocobo Challenge was going to be cut from the game. Nojima came up with the name Lonely Geth, which he wanted to use in this part of the game, which was localized to Solemn Gus. The devs then reused Mr. Cortez's character design, so when they eventually decided to not cut the Chocobo Challenge, they used the character there and left the name as Solemn Gus. So they were apparently they were going to go with what you said, where it didn't make much sense, but then they realized, like, wait a second, the original, like, fans of the original would be pretty upset about it. And they made the right call.
Like, people love the choke. I mean, the chocobo racing is fun, honestly.
Yes,
it's really fun. It's one of those things where, and I totally agree in the comment. It's so the narrative can happen. Stop thinking about it. So true, but that's not why I'm on this panel. I'm here to think about the things. I'm here to think about the things that you think. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, don't worry about it, man. Here. We're overanalyzing this. We're going over
here to worry about it, and I am. It's scary. No,
so Garth the hype man introduces you to Esther. Esther. I can't say the word. I want to put the TH in there, but it's not right. Just say Esther. Esther. She says, "I can't say I was expecting someone so pretty." Garth in the background, pretty shippy. So great, dude. I love Garth. He might be NPC of the week as well. I don't know. Billy is here as well. Now we got Billy. All right, Pico is weak and needs food. One too many side quests. All right, we got one too many things going on. I don't want to do this. This is awful pacing, in my opinion. Not good pacing. If this was a different chapter, I don't know, maybe it would work. But like having to do chapter 8 all together, I'm like, all right, guys, like we're going in sequence here. Do I really need to go do these other like mini games? I just did a ton of mini games up in the Gold Saucer. Now you want me to do more to like feed this chocobo? It was a little too much for me. Thankfully, hard mode makes this replay so good, guys. Like,
it does,
dude. Yeah, a replay on hard mode is like freaking great. Is the pacing that we all want. Whereas
suddenly Pico's okay.
Yeah, hey, Pico's fine. You did all of that work,
dude. You get down there, you see a sick Pico, you're done with your conversation. Pico just stands up.
Yeah, and now he's good.
Cloud, right up.
Oh, it's Cloud. That's my boy.
That's my boy.
That's my boy. He snuck up on me.
Let's hit the races.
He snuck up on me. Yeah, let's hit the races. Is that how Pico? That's my boy. Yeah. That's my boy.
That's
Cloud.
my boy Cloud. Let's hit the races.
Woo! What?
Pico.
I'm Pico. And so
let's get to work.
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 Oh man. All right, so there's a couple of mini games that you have to do. You can go to the Coliseum, or not the Coliseum, but the freaking underground fight club. You got Test Zero down there, which is kind of cool. That's a nod to the original game, debugs, and all that other good stuff. Yeah,
that is a really cool nod.
It's the talking dog, like, don't hurt me. It's like the dog enemy that says, like, don't hurt me. And you can even hear him in Rebirth, especially if you turn the music down, which I don't know why you would. Music is so tight.
Yeah, I almost made the battle edit of Gus's theme my best music. The battle, I don't know who did the bass, but that like that thing went crazy, bro.
Yeah.
Let's talk about music real quick. Because when asked about the best music, Noisy had this to say in the survey. Said, oof. The easy answer has to be the Aerith song, Knock at the Door, or the Gold Star. He didn't specify. The Aerith song. But Gus' theme is absolutely up there, and unexpectedly so. And I have a general answer in this chapter. The mood... the mood creates... the mood that the music is... Sorry, it's a little... There's a language barrier here, so just bear with me. The mood the music creates is an A+. In this chapter, you have not so many big songs, but 100 small pieces that are all together amazing. I think very different to other chapters. It begins with Dio's song, the boxing mini games, snipped with screams, 80s, 90s, and then the Haunted Hotel, Addams Family vibes, the Gold Saucer theme, the music before the dine scene where Barrett tells the story of the past, and even the he says the shitty placed Palmer fight is a freaking banger. Now,
dude, Anoran Suppressor is an amazing battle track. I love that song.
Hold on a second, guys. I just got a video sent by Anonymous over in the Discord. So he says to play it on the stream. So let me bring that up real quick. All right, hold on a second. All right, let's see what I can do. I'm gonna bring it to this, and then we'll... Oh, it's the Warrior of Rock! Oh, that's awesome! Let's see what the Warrior of Rock has to say. Get your Warrior of Rock and your rock fist emotes and spam them in the chat because we're about to...
Dude, I had to tune in on YouTube. I'm a little behind still, but
those tracks did slap though. Those are good songs. Wow. That might have came in a little loud. I don't even know. It might have been too loud. But you can never have it too loud. You turn it up to 11 when you got 11. That. You turn it up to 11. Wow, bro. Oh, those tracks really did slap. Thank you so much for sending that clip over Warrior of Rock. I love that. So that's awesome. I really appreciate it. It's good to see you again. I haven't seen you in a long time, actually. So good to see the Warrior of Rock. How fitting, because the music is so freaking good. Now, we're going to go back to our breakdown, our analysis here. Yeah, regular schedule. Thanks for that, man. I really appreciate that video. Now, you got to feed Pico. Racing gear purchased with greens. I thought that was kind of cool. That where you can, whatever. It's not cool. So we go over. I'm trying real hard to make this. Trying to make this cool, man. I don't know. Let's just get to the race. We get to the race.
Wait. The only thing I wanted to say because I just think it's funny. I just love the names of Conniving Caglio's.
Yeah.
Dude, Thirsty Usain. Like these sound like YouTube these sound like YouTube fucking usernames. You got Thirsty Usain, Knuckle
That one-
Toya, Sloppy Sean, Squinty Rachel, and Blowhard Georgie. I really enjoyed. I had to write them
good
down.
old
Also,
Blowhard Georgie, man. Like,
love
wow.
that guy.
Love that
But
guy.
Anyway,
Speaking of the con man teacher, that's the only interesting thing I could pull from that was like, hey, it's saying Cloud is hard to fool like after you do that, but he's actively being fooled this entire game. Thought that was cool.
yeah. He also mentions, I noticed this in New Game Plus, when he's teaching his little ensemble about the art of manipulating people and whatnot, he mentions Wu Tai's news reports as a media manipulate, which I thought was, or like the reports from Wu Tai, if I recall correctly. So I guess he's not as smart as he thinks, because if we're to base our knowledge off of what like Shinra's track record shows, Wu Tai's probably telling the truth, and Shinra's probably the one not being truthful. So I just thought it was funny that he says that. Also, not related to anything really, but I love Chadley's costume. Him being
he's a
Tonberry costume is great. That made me laugh harder than I care to admit. When I saw him there, because I'm like, who's this little freak? And I saw the thing next to him. I'm like, no way. And then I talked to him, and it made me laugh really hard.
So we meet Joe. That's kind of cool, bringing him back from the original, the main Chocobo jockey, and Joe seems to be excited that there might be some competition here, maybe even a tad bit jealous because Esther finds Cloud attractive. But who doesn't? You know what I mean? Who doesn't find Cloud attractive?
Yuffie just said he's a babe mag.
Yeah, just destined to be. That's his destiny. Why would you want to change your destiny, Cloud? God. What? I'd be joining forces with Sephiroth. I'm like, absolutely, dude. If this is my destiny, thank you. You could say I can have that forever? Wow. Wow. That's really generous. So, you know what? Cloud lines up at the race. And Shinra's Most Wanted is being broadcasted live on the Gold Saucer Network. That's no big deal.
He sure is.
just broadcasted live. Palmer enjoys the company of two fine-looking women. Somehow he does that, somehow. And drinks a parfait with plenty of butterscotch because it would be a shame if it did not have its butter. If you remember that from the original game. He loves his butter stuff. So, Rude gets a call from Elena, who's complaining about being out in the desert. He tells him to, I can bring some ice cream, and she's like, is vanilla okay? And then she's like, better not be vanilla, and then hangs up the phone, and then Rude is like, man, I wish you were here, buddy. Talking about Reno. Really wishes Reno was here. He misses his partner.
I find Elena extremely relatable as somebody who hates wearing formal attire and hates wearing dark clothes in the heat, because I deal terribly in the heat. Elena complaining about whoever it was that decided they have to wear all black as a uniform. Yeah. I felt never related more to a fictional character. I wear dark clothes for a uniform at my job, and I hate it. So
just don't bring you vanilla ice cream.
I get
sister.
It, bro. I feel you.
I get it. How about sea salt? That sound good?
That sounds good.
Kingdom Hearts. Now, if you win this Chocobo race, well, Gus here, they're all really excited. Too bad Cloud's not here to see it, right? So he can smile because he's cool and get that validation. But if he wins the race, Gus will point the way to Shooty McShooterson. Esther is worried that Shinra will steal their best bird for their troopers. War's one dirty business. Cool. Hey, another tease for the Chocobo Cavalry! Is it going to happen?
This is a great point to do this. Guess what? Thank you, Lieutenant Fish Dog 311. That's my homie. Just wanted to say thank you, bro. On top of that, password drop, Shooty McShooterson. That made me laugh, and it's a good password. So please shout out Shooty McShooterson in the comments below on the VOD, not in the live chat, on the VOD. first person to do it, you become lieutenant for next week's Chocobo Cavalry. Everybody else who's not done it before, you get to join the cavalry. Come join the cavalry. Password, Shooty McShooterson.
Shooter McShooterson.
Shooty McShooterson.
So, yeah, I just thought that, hey, look, they're teasing this, man. We better get some freaking, I want a Chocobo jousting. Give me that in the gold saucer.
Ooh, that'd be dope.
Yo, I was begging for that with Final Fantasy 16, bro. Like, I thought for sure, I was like, yo, they're gonna have Chocobo jousting. I was so, like, because it was very old school medieval times, and I was like, yo, Chocobo jousting. And they didn't have a single minigame. Speaking of...
I remember we were on the Hype podcast, I think, together.
Yes. That's right.
And then I remember you mentioning that.
Uh-huh.
And I'm like, dude, he's cooking. And then dude, they never even served the dish.
They didn't serve the dish, man. But like, see, there's the thing, right? Whereas when I'm complaining about Dio coming in here with all his goofy antics, and I'm gonna also complain a little bit more once we get to these really pivotal like character moments. I'm gonna have some complaints here. And it's like, okay, Final Fantasy VII's DNA is to be a little goofy, right? It's in its DNA. Whereas Final Fantasy 16 was very serious. Now, I have been treated to the storytelling of Final Fantasy 16, where that storytelling and that serious tone was so freaking good for me. I loved it so much because it shows that Final Fantasy can take itself seriously, and when it does, oh man, it's good. Now, I did miss, like I just said, with the minigames not being there. I'm like, man, no minigames. And I did miss a little bit of the goofiness. I actually loved it when he said, well, just this morning, had his nose buried in my nuts. It made me laugh really loud with Final Fantasy 16. I was like, there's some goofiness right there. That was great. So I want the goofiness in there, but also you got to know when it's time to back off, pump the brakes, let the moment breathe. And then plus when you have incredible voice actors like John Eric Bentley, and I'm going to get the name of the voice actor for Dyne, but John Bentley does an incredible job in these next moments we're about to get, where we're going to meet up with okay, well, first of all, let's see, the Gus is pointing the direction, says, hey, you'll meet up with a vulture will take you there. So it leads us to Barrett, right, where there's these two tornadoes, dust tornadoes. Well, Barrett is going to guide the party to safety because he's there already, and he's like, come over here. And then you have Cloud still being that bodyguard, takes Aerith, pulls her close and shields her from the tornadoes. My man, get him. He's still the bodyguard looking out, and then brings him back. Now Barrett. Well, before Barrett happens, we have Kate Sith. Hold on a second. Let's get there. Here we go. All right. So we're gonna have Kate Sith's butthole take up 2/3 of the screen before he pulls out his head from the sand, and then we're gonna have Red sneezes, blows him away. Look at that. I mean, my God, did we?
Bro, okay, this is a good point. This is a good point to mention. What's up, dude? His legs kill me. His old drumstick looking legs,
yeah,
big ass eyes, like they kill me so.
So
why is homie built like that?
Why is homie built like that?
I mean, dude, he's a robot. They literally could have built him however they wanted, but they gave him the stupidly thick thighs.
Yo,
spindle calves.
Yuffie says, you on the lam, big guy? I had to look this up. I'm sorry. I had to look it up, which I found out it means to be on the run from the law enforcement. And Barrett explains what happens to him and his best friend, Dyne. We're going to get a flashback to 4 years ago. After the reactor blew, Barrett and Dyne find the town on fire and under attack by Shinra. The mayor... Oh, let's hold on, let's catch up. Whatever, you'll watch it as we go. The mayor is shot. Shinra troopers who trained under the Galactic Empire will shoot at them, and one will manage to actually connect with Barrett's leg, and Barrett is brought down. Dyne rushes back to save Barrett. Dyne falls off the cliff, Barrett catches him, and then Scarlet is here, more than happy to fire the kill shots herself as she aims down only for the arms, not the heads. This game. All right, now listen. Okay.
Okay.
Do you want me to just get through the scene real quick? Let me just get through and then we'll talk. Let's get through it real quick. This game should be rated M, is what I said in all caps. Minimal blood spray here, no dismemberment, but I make note here that I swear Venom just straight up bit off someone's head in Spider-Man 2, and that was teen rated. I don't and there was a lot of blood in that game. How was that game rated teen? I don't know. So I feel like the violence could have been increased here. All right, I'm not one that's like, oh man, I really want some violence. Oh, give me that gore porn. That's not me. You know what I mean? Like I just think it would emphasize what's happening here. And plus, it would have been a really gruesome and interesting way to see how these characters lost their arms. Whereas the story here is that they didn't lose their arms in that moment. They had to get them amputated off because you couldn't save that arm. I don't know. I just thought it would be cool to get that. I agree. But anyway, so it's minimal blood spray, blah, blah, blah. Dine falls. Barrett says that Doc Sheeran saved him, but he chose a means to an end instead of a normal prosthetic. A means to an end is what I picked up on the most, as showing that Barrett's revenge was supposed to lead to the end of his life. This was supposed to be his life. That's why he got the gun arm. But Barrett found something that Dine did not. Friends. People who cared. So I think that is, and of course Marlene. Once he found, he found Marlene, but
which technically, I mean, Dine did, but he lost. So
right. But see,
he lost.
That's I honestly I keep on coming back to this where I feel like this is such a core part of Final Fantasy VII. After tragedy, you need to surround yourself with people who care, people who you love, people who love you. And that is what happens with all of our party members. But when we get our antagonists like Dine or Sephiroth, they're alone after tragedy. And we see what hate does to a man. Come on. That's the title of the song. Go back over to you, Dragoon King. I'm done.
I just want to point out something with this. It's a great scene for what it offers. I just don't think it sold itself as well as the original did. I think that the original, in my opinion, is better depiction as far as the actual act of them getting separated and the shooting of their arm. I feel like largely that just has to do with Subtext said something that I was going to point out. The shooting animation, Scarlet shooting, no recoil, whatever. That's But
every time that bothers me.
But it also bothers me.
And they still can't aim.
We see the troopers. Yeah. We see the troopers also shooting next to her. So she's not shooting alone. I just can't buy that these guys, especially when you're seeing how the bullets are connecting with the cliffside, they're not, for a gun with no recoil, these bullets are shooting around like there's recoil. I just can't buy that neither of them would have died or both lived in this scene. And on top of that, in the original, the way that it's depicted, they're getting shot at, and you see the line of bullets. It's much quicker, and I think it sells the scene a lot better. The line of bullets just goes along the cliffside, and then it just cuts across Barrett's arm, and he drops down.
Yeah.
And it's a very quick, he had him, and then he lost him. I can believe that the trooper, from where he was on the bridge to where they were on the cliff, wouldn't have been able to precisely aim as well, and just went down the line and missed but got his arm,
or even Scarlet. Let Scarlet take a hold of it and then just cut a line. It just, the way that they're shooting for too long. The gun never needs to reload. It looks like for the amount that she's shooting. But then you got the guy next to her shooting. There's no recoil. The freaking just too much of it was just. I don't want to say goofy. It's not that it's goofy. It's just. I don't buy it.
Pulls you out of the moment.
Yeah, it's the same thing with, and we don't need to hark on it, but the guys in Chapter 1, this reminds me a lot of the 4 guys around Sephiroth, the villagers. It's one of those things where the way it's depicted, I just don't buy it. Her shooting at the rate she's shooting, there's no way Dine wouldn't have been hit or Barrett would have been hit or both or just one of them dead. Like, it just, something doesn't resonate with me and it sucks because what the scene's emotionally portraying hits really hard.
Yes.
What is being presented isn't like the theme, and the actual story element isn't the bad part. It's the presentation.
Yeah.
That I just
that
can't
over the top stuff is, it's like, so if there was one thing that I would hope that this podcast series, because like it's not like I'm not thinking like Square Enix is watching or anything, but I never want to like harp on like stay on a negative. I know that sometimes I get in the mindset of like, oh, I got to justify why I don't like it, and then I spend too long on it. But I feel like we've done a great job so far explaining how much we love this freaking chapter.
There's a lot of things I do love. I love what's happening narratively.
Yes.
But I don't think it's unfair to critique how it was presented.
And no, exactly. And it's like
the original, it did it great. Sometimes you just don't
like
add up to what
the over the top stuff kind of like, this is what we're going to see in the next couple like minutes of this is how over the top things takes away from, we're trying to have a personal connection. We're having a deep moment here and making things over the top and funny and action and goofy or whatever. Like, we didn't need the whole like firing squad on this, but anyways, I don't want to just keep harking on this. Now let's keep on moving. I just
had to throw that out there.
So
you know.
So this, I kind of blew through the flashback a little bit. So like, do you guys have anything to say on the flashback, or like Scalabro? Do you have anything on the flashback?
I would say I really enjoyed 97% of the flashback. I think you guys homed in right on the problem area. The rest of it I thought was great. I mean, the music and the storytelling and everything really comes together in a way that music, is impactful. Dude. And yeah, it's just unfortunate that last bit right there is just, it's distracting in the wrong ways. And
yeah. And you said the music. Actually, that's one thing about this scene that I enjoy significantly more than the original's depiction of the scene. The original uses the typical like flashback music.
Yeah.
And for such a devastating scene, it's just kind of like goofy in that game, whereas the music here is extremely dramatic and fits really the tone that's being presented. It's just like the invert. It's like a weird inverse that happened where the goofiness of the original soundtrack complemented a scene that was depicted way more dramatically in a good way, whereas this one, it's like the scene was over the top, but the music really sold the scene like very well. Like, you know, sometimes I think at the end of the day, less is more at times, and sometimes I think that's where Rebirth does struggle a bit. But again, sure, it's the story it's telling is still compelling. It still had me choked up at moments, and it's still good. Like,
so I want to jump in here as I got Alexa coming in on the chat saying, what time do you guys stream? What time the stream do you think is going to be over? We start streaming at 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific, most Tuesdays. You can keep track of that. When I usually post the video about like a Sunday before. If we're going to make any changes, you'll see it. But that's about that. And then how long do we stream? Sometimes
we ask ourselves the same thing.
Yeah,
as long as it takes.
Hey, I'll tell you. I tell my wife it would be 2 hours. We're 2 hours 57 minutes in, so we're not done. So I don't know. But anyways, we got East Blue, like just echoing what you said there. Sometimes less is more. And so basically, let's just keep moving on. Let's keep on going.
Yeah.
Means to an end. I already talked about that. When Barrett's, this was an interesting one. Does he say it? Does he say it there? I think he does say it here. Let's see. Okay. When Barrett says, whatever Dine's faults, he's not a monster, the camera cuts to Cloud, who has a reaction to hearing those words. So those who have played Crisis Core would remember how labeling soldiers as monsters was an ongoing thing there, and Gil and Genesis definitely spoke of this most of all. And at the start of Rebirth, if we're going to, let's say it's a contained experience, at the start of Rebirth, Sephiroth questions whether he is the same as these monsters discovered in Mount Nebel. So that word monsters kind of triggers something in Cloud for a second. Whoa. Now, there's
a lot of parallels between Dyne and Cloud that go on with this chapter, or this section. And this is the start of that. Barrett saying that he's not a monster, and it's cutting to Cloud, and as you said, the connection with monsters of that, and what happens later, which I'll touch on too. I think it's establishing cool connections between Dyne and Cloud and what they mean to Barrett.
Yeah, and I also drew a little bit of a connection between Barrett and Cloud in this chapter as well. So we'll get to that in just a second. So Yuffie's like, well, what are we waiting for? Let's go. So Barrett's going to find Dyne tied up, as Gus said that he has him under lock and key. So they must have got caught as soon as he came back down there by Gus and his crew sent out there. So he's out of it. He says, bless your heart for dropping by for Eleanor's birthday. He asks, where's Myrna? And then Dyne sees Cloud and gets spooked on the way out. Accuses Barrett of still living on Shinra's gill. And Barrett says he's here to help. He mocks Barrett by saying the line we've heard him say after the reactor bombing and remake. He says, he's here for you to help take the load off your shoulders, right? Mocking him. And then Dyne starts shooting at Barrett. Barrett tells Cloud to stay back, and I love the wide shot of Barrett and Dyne in the standoff, and of course everything I just said will be presented to you in just a second. But go ahead.
I love that.
Take that away. Go ahead.
No, I love that what kind of sets Dyne off here is seeing Cloud. Yeah. That's my favorite part of this is that he was going along with Barrett up until he sees Cloud, and of course we know that Dyne and Shinra, I mean, he just gunned down a bunch of Shinra troops, and they were Palmer's troops, so I want to point out that maybe he was targeting a Shinra executive to hit him where it hurt. But regardless of what that was his intention or not, Dyne and Shinra is that's a volatile mix, so seeing a soldier sets him off.
Yeah.
And this is where I think this chapter's like kind of highlight for me is that now Barrett's confronted with a friend of the past and a friend of today.
East Blue says, old best bro, meet new best bro.
Perfect. Yep, that's exactly what I was just saying. It's Barrett being confronted with, this friend of his from the past, and now it's like a threat to his friend and friends of now. Mm-hmm. But look, so I think that Barrett's really confronted with a hard decision here, and he's trying everything in his power to save his old friend. It's hard.
Yeah, I love the animation here. Once again, I just want to highlight the developers and the motion capture performances, voice performances, and everything. This is really done well. When Barrett puts his gun out, you can see Dyne kind of roll his eyes and go ahead and do it. Then, this is when he mocks Barrett. So we're gonna get into a little shot. Do we get the stand?
That's crazy. He almost killed him. That's crazy. Yeah. How he was just so quick to just shoot him.
You guys catch at the beginning. So when he tells the party that he has to do this alone, he takes the shades off, basically letting down his emotional walls before he goes in to deal with Dyne.
What a scene there.
We're gonna see some more of that.
Barrett's sunglasses,
vulnerability, like showing it.
Yep. Yeah, that's a really cool visual tie.
Mm-hmm.
I'm putting my barrier up.
Oh, putting your barrier up here?
Barrier's up.
Barrier's up. We're not emotional in this.
We're about to come down.
Let's all be stone cold here.
Yeah. And that's the bottom line. I don't know. I can't do it.
I love that we all leave our sunglasses here, by the way. I just want to put that.
I love this shot. Yo, I love this shot. This wide shot here. Just kind of
postcard from Gaia.
This is the postcard from Gaia.
Man,
It's either that or the handhold.
It's the gold saucer at the beginning. It's the gold saucer at the beginning. That's the postcard from Gaia.
No. This is my postcard. This is my.
This is it right here. Pizza.
Yeah, dude. Imagine being like thinking of you. Hope you're well, and you just send someone this.
Oh, you're my best bro. It's a Valentine's card, I guess. I don't know.
Thanks for being a bro. Hope we don't come to this.
So we got the Dine battle now. Let's do the Dine boss battle, as we all had this as our best battle. So we all rank this over the Palmer fight. But I think this is a really cool, unique battle. I love using the 1v1. I love the debris in the way to use that as barriers. I love I love my area of attacks, like knowing where I gotta be on the field and then getting out of the way and stuff. Love that. I think this fight works on so many levels.
Team battle.
Yes, and on hard mode, it's freaking hard.
No, this was. I don't know.
Yeah.
Now, Wiley, you use Barrett more frequently, right?
I cooked him. Him.
I
stacked
had a
fire
feeling you
up.
would.
Yeah, I stacked fire up and fire.
Well, that's what I did too. That's
like 4 slots.
Nice.
It was
I had to
close.
switch to fire infused bullets.
Yeah.
You can-
Well, that was. I
You
think
can
that's where
perfect
the.
block so much stuff he does. You could perfect block so much and just
Yeah,
that's-
all of his
Yeah.
shots can be singly, like when he's just doing you go
Mhm.
and just rack them up.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, perfect block or whatever it is. You can equip that to improve the ATB. The way I beat him was I was like, all right, cool. I'm bringing in I'm using a barrier when I can. I'm using haste at the beginning so I can keep that ATB up. Elemental fire on attack, and then just kind of like hitting them with a fire whenever I can. Cause I love this about hard mode, man. I love finding the strategy. I had Swift cast on fire because I just wanted to throw a fire at him as fast as possible. But I love finding the strategy, man. And this boss battle was a lot of fun. It was very challenging. It almost gets Dark Souls like when he jumps up in the air and comes out. I'm like, oh god, what do I do? Do I dive forward? Like, what do I do?
Got Resident Evil vibes too when the tendril comes out. Grab the
Every
hat,
episode,
get the hat.
brother.
Every
episode,
Resident
we got-
Evil, there it is. He's got it on standby too. Like it's like ready to go.
Yes, sir.
This is my go-to hat. I wear this hat like every day.
Are we gonna do a
But-
Resident Evil in review or whatever?
Oh, hell yeah, let's go.
every chapter of Resident Evil, and then we have to play with mods on. We have to have like the Final Fantasy mods.
Yeah, just turn Chris into Cloud.
So it's gotta be Final Fantasy related to be on Final Fantasy V, and we can make it that way. No, I love this boss battle. Now you mentioned the arm coming out. Now, what were your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know what my thoughts were on that.
Okay.
Shock and awe. I mean, I was a little bit surprised at first. It's like it wasn't what I expected for sure.
Yeah. See,
go ahead.
Nah, man. My first playthrough, I was kind of upset about it. I was like, "Come on, guys, what are we doing with this? What are we doing with this scene? Like, look, he's got They say,
Yeah, what is happening here?
Yeah, I got a Rebirth
Some kind of
Ultimania.
magnetism or something. Yeah.
It was basically just, but they don't even really explain it that well.
No, it's just it happens, and I do agree. I'm not a fan of it. It didn't take me out of because I think this is where gameplay trumped the narrative
Organically,
in this
yeah.
particular moment.
The
So I'm
replication
okay
chip.
with it.
It's in the final phase of the Dine boss fight in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, the replication chip in Dine's illegally modified prosthetic arm activates, causing the gun to organically overtake his body.
So
Boss battle design coordinator Tomotaka Sorochi says the order for the Dine's boss battle model was a monstrous iron person covered in scrap metal. So originally, one of the other concepts was have the scrap metal cover him like in a full body armor suit instead of the big arm.
See,
So
this is why we need that active time Lore Mura so we know this stuff.
it's
'cause otherwise
Lore
how we
Mora.
gonna-
Oh my god!
Yeah.
Active time Lore
Because
Mora.
otherwise, how are we gonna? Yeah. There he goes. Hit the post. the hand to the chin.
You see,
Yeah.
I don't know why I turned him into like an older English. You see, the reason we did this is because I was playing Resident Evil the week that we were developing this scene.
For real, because there's no indication, inside the game that I'm aware of that.
No, there isn't. There really this comes out of nowhere. And again, I feel like for gameplay purposes, it's fun. So I'm willing to kind of let it slide. Like this happened during a cutscene, like an actual cutscene.
I was more okay with it on the second playthrough. I was like, all right, I see what we're doing here. It's what hate does to a man. I mean, I get like I was starting to get vibes but until I read this where his illegally prosthetic whatever blah 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 replicator chip. But I was starting to get like questions like does he have Genova like was he doing some Genova stuff? Because and I started kind of diving down that rabbit hole when I was like he says he can't remember and I'm like, oh god, does he have Genova? Like he's hallucinating, he's seeing his dead family, and like I thought maybe his illegal replicator thing has some kind of Genova stuff in it. I don't know, because the organic stuff that comes out feels that way.
Wallace in chat is saying it's a nod to Tetsuo from Akira, and I could see that. It definitely feels like it could be a nod to that, but just kind of out of left field.
Yeah, and like Dragoon King was saying about like, oh, this isn't a battle. It's in a boss battle. It's for gameplay purposes and stuff like that. It made the boss battle a little more fun. I don't know. I was having a lot of fun with just what he was doing. The 1v1. Yeah. I think that was good, especially if we're going to follow it up with our over-the-top battle next. But, like, I feel like this more intimate 1v1 would have been a better battle. But him kind of doing the whole arm thing was like, all right.
I feel like they could have just sacrificed the big arm attacks. And just, like, you could have his gun, like, overheat or something, and now he's shooting the lasers. You can have it so that he can stick it to the ground and it sends like a pulse that blasts out of the ground. And
I feel like there was ways to up the ante without like going over the top.
Like I feel like this went again. I feel like the kind of a theme with what we're talking about with this chapter. Again, it's just it was weirdly goofy, even though it wasn't funny. It's just more so like what the hell is going on here?
Yeah.
I think that, again, when I'm actually playing it, it's very fun. So I don't have an issue with it as much than, say, when I'm watching a cutscene and you're not on the stick. So you're just watching something unfold. Like if this happened during a cutscene, not technically it happens during the mid-fight cutscene, but if this happened during just a straight-up cutscene, I don't know how I would feel about it. I'd probably be very negative feeling towards it. But this... I don't know. It kind of just served to make the boss fight more fun, and this was one of the more challenging boss fights for me personally. I don't use Barrett much, so being forced to use
I use Barrett a lot, so yeah.
See, I don't, dude. He's one of my least. Him and Aerith are like my two least played. So I don't care for them that much, like in a gameplay. I mean, Barrett I like more. Aerith, I just don't enjoy playing much to begin with.
Like Barrett says it's over, and then he's like, it ain't even close to being over. I like this because Barrett disarms himself, throws the God, that was not good. I don't like that. Was a bad pun. I don't know. Disarmed himself.
wait. I have something really. Before we move on, I looked down at my notepad and I saw something, and it's a really positive note. And I want to say this because this is something that elevated this fight for me tremendously. And I will say that this is something that Chapter 14 struggles with in particular. And I was thinking about this when I played Chapter 14. And I'm just going to say what it is so I'm not leaving the carrot over the stick over you guys. But... Barrett has specific dialogue for this fight. When he's fighting Dyne, he says things like in a solemn voice. He's like, "Get it together, screw this." Like he's not.
Yes.
What's another thing?
Dude,
forgive me. He says, "Forgive me" too when he's fighting Dyne.
He doesn't go suck on this, but like he does that in Chapter 14. Yeah,
and we don't need to talk about Chapter 14.
We'll get there.
But This was where I thought about that when I was playing that chapter, and you got Cloud saying nothing personal to Sephiroth after he kills Aerith.
Yeah.
But here, and I was thinking to myself, I'm like, oh well, no other part of the game did it, I guess. So why am I thinking too hard on it? Except I replayed this for our replay review series, and they knock it out of the park here.
Yeah,
that is something they did exceptional here, where Barrett's all of his more, exaggerated, and that's where that's where goofiness and exaggerated character is welcomed when you're just fighting grunts and Shinra troopers and
of course
and trolls or whatever, and he's just suck on this, and he's just blasting them to hell and back. Whereas during this chapter where he's that would seem so out of place, and it's one of the high points of this chapter is this specific dialogue, because dialogue during the combat usually comes down to their predetermined dialogue phrases like the suck on this, nothing personals, all that, or there's an actual conversation, like if it's Cloud versus Rufus where they're fighting each other or something like that.
Good stuff.
This is a mix of both, but they actually took out his predetermined dialogue and totally replaced it with something that amplified this fight from like a strong 9 to like a 12 for me. This is one of my favorite fights in the game.
And like it, man, when he gets hit or when he uses an attack and Barrett goes, "Come on, man!" Like you could just don't what are you doing? I love it, man. I agree with you 100%. In my original review, after I had that same exact complaint about the battle dialogue coming in at like poor timing. Chapter 14 being the big example there. I felt like I remembered this chapter, him doing that.
I didn't until the replay.
Right. I just assumed, because I was so like upset with it in 14, like chapter 14, where I was just like, oh man, was he saying suck on this to his best friend as he's like what are we doing? So replaying
more sad.
Yeah, man,
suck on
come
this.
on, man, suck on this, dude. Come on, man, you could.
And overrided your memories for this fight.
So my second playthrough of this fight was a lot better. Like my second playthrough of getting to Dine was a better experience, I will admit. Even like the transformation or the mutation or whatever, that took me like out of it in the first playthrough. I was like, all right, I can accept it a little bit better on this next playthrough. So, dude, I agree with Subtext in chat right now who said when he removed the gun, hit hard.
Yeah, I got notes about that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna do all my notes at the end, sort of in sequence for this whole section here, because they all tie together. Like from this all the way through to the buggy stuff, it's kind of like a solid train of thought, so to speak. Because I know that a lot of people have issue with some of the stuff coming up, and so I'll save that. But yeah,
Red 13.
But yeah, when he removes his arm, man, it's like he's becoming completely defenseless. And first he takes the glasses off, then he takes the arm off, and it's like it's a big deal.
Yeah,
it's a big deal.
I had a note about during the battle though, so if I want to go back to during the battle, the like Dragoon King was talking about the dialogue. One of the dialogue was very interesting, and this is where I draw the comparison or the parallels to Cloud and Barrett. So Dine reminisces about when they set traps for rats, and Barrett got caught in one. Guess old habits die hard, huh? So what I find interesting is even in the flashback, Barrett sort of is painted as a flawed and not a commanding force as we know him to be, as in Remake when we first meet him there. In the flashback earlier, Dine is ready to charge in and save Eleanor and Marlene, but Barrett is scared. Like, he's like, for what? Like, because when Dine says, you ready? He goes, for what? And then he's like, still so quick to throw in the towel. Which implies that Barrett, buckles under pressure, if you know what I mean. But like it implies that maybe in the past that Barrett is not as like this commanding force, this leader that we know him to be. And then now in this boss battle, Dine mentions how Barrett got caught in his own rat trap.
Yeah, that too. I was gonna say he mentions him getting caught in the
Yeah.
trap. He feels like Barrett was a totally different guy before.
And who's that remind you of? Somebody who's pretending to be a hero, or like pretending to be this, like this cool guy, as Cloud. So like I kind of got like this comparison there, just based off of these little bit of dialogue. Kind of got the sense that maybe Barrett wasn't as always like the commanding force that we know him to be. So, all right. So Excalibur, you want to go all the way through the end after the Suppressor Palmer fight, or?
Yeah, because I mean, everything that I'm about to say is going to kind of like encapsulate that whole thing, so it'd be preemptive for me to try to like spit all that right now. So, definitely want to
get to Wiley Hour.
Wiley Hour,
yeah. I'll keep it condensed. It'll probably be like, it might be 5-minute cook. We'll see.
5-minute cook. So this like, I mean, there's really no words here. This scene. Look, see, Coward. When the going gets tough, he's gone. And like, we're getting the truth about Barrett right now. But this scene, man, is so good. We got, like I said, we got the best actors. One of the best actors in gaming, like voice actors, John Eric Bentley, playing a role of Barrett, who he has to change his voice. Like, John Eric Bentley has to like get that growly voice of Barrett while doing an emotional scene. Man, dude, and even Dyne right now, like realizing Eleanor, like hearing the voice of Eleanor, then realizing that Marlene's alive still, and then seeing the picture. This moment was starting to move me, right? Like I was starting to feel here, and especially when he looks at the picture, which we're gonna see is Shinra's here, always Shinra, and he starts shooting Shinra. But especially when Dyne looks at the picture, and that happens in this scene, right? Yeah, it does. Nope. Anyways. Yeah, so he wipes his hands too. That was one thing when he said, like, that was who was it? So Rebirth, like this, the devs love this scene. Rebirth creative director Nomura says that in particular he found the scene with Dyne to be quite moving. He says when he watched it on screen, it brought out emotions he hadn't expected from reading the scenario alone. And then you have another one praising this where. Director, a cutscene director, Hidekazu Miyake says that a particular memorable scene for him is one where Dyne wipes his hand on the clothes as he's gripped with remorse. He feels the choreography and voice acting lined up perfectly for that scene. And he's like, with all this blood on my hands, you think I can hold my daughter again? Oh, man. Nope. And then when he finds out Marlene's alive, you took her from me. And we're getting what this is what I wanted from the original. Like, this scene is working out great right now. You took everything from me. And then, yeah, everything's working out great. And then we get this big change. One thing I do want to notice real quick. This teardrop seemed to be... No, okay, never mind. I was like, is that a yellow teardrop? But anyways, like, I don't know, man. He's infused with some crazy stuff. So...
Wait, do we know for a fact if that was Dyne? I know it's gonna sound silly, but it almost looked like it came from Barrett's side.
Oh, I don't know. He was leaning over the picture, so I would say
okay. I would imagine it's Dyne.
Yeah.
I'm like, imagine if it was Barrett. Just tear it up.
So the reason why I'm kind of like, I don't know like where to go with this, other than just saying I love the way the scene is playing out until this moment, where I was like,
I agree.
And I'm just like, oh man, when I first played, I was like, everything was working out good, and then I'm like, all right, they're making the change. I was like, I don't see a cliff nearby, so there's definitely going to be a change. And I'm just like, and I'm like, oh man, we're making a change right now. Shinra comes in, and he's the hero one more time, as he pushes Barrett down and takes out the whole troop there. He's disarmed now. He falls down and lays on top of Barrett, which is still, this on the second playthrough worked out better for me. I was upset on the first playthrough, like, man, what, like, this was a moment, like, this was a big scene. I get that it's a sensitive subject, it's a touchy subject, but it's like,
of course,
yeah.
I feel that. I'm I'm gonna talk about this with as much poise as possible. I think this artistically both fails and succeeds for me. Where it fails is that, if I'm just gonna be honest, the original depiction of this scene is more emotionally gut punching to me. I think how the original scene plays out, I feel like hits me harder. But with this added element of dying on Barry and pushing his last guilt onto him, telling him to hold on to that
was pretty. Yeah, that's
a good change. And it's funny, you said before about you don't need this game to be gore, as you said, gory and over the top. But this is another thing where I think sometimes the realistic visuals, but combined with the censorship, it just does take me out of the scene a bit. Like, Dine gets lit up and we just see 2 red spots on him. Yeah. Underneath his shirt. And to me, it's like, you don't need to show chunks of his body flying out with the bullets going piercing through him, but some more blood on him, bullet holes, probably would have gone a longer
impact. It's that shock factor, that visual factor,
right? Because the shock is added to it. It's not that I'm like, oh man, I want to see gore and blood and body parts flying everywhere. It's that
when you see something that doesn't it disconnects you. When you see something that doesn't look right, you're disconnected for a moment. Yeah, it's uncanny. And so when you see somebody who gets literally just shot up by a barrage of bullets, you expect to see something and then you don't see it, and then you're like, for a second I'm disconnected from what's happening, but then you're right back into it. But it is for a second you're taken out of it. What's up, Excalibur?
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and speak on this part right now. So, I agree to an extent, but I mostly disagree, and I'll tell you what I mean. So, I did watch the OG scene recently. It was either today or yesterday, because I wanted to compare it exactly. And in the OG, Dine hits the T pose and then does the makes Barrett press F to pay respects and just goes off. But there's a reference to that in this, right? Dine wants to do that, but he can't bring himself to do it. And I feel like that's more powerful. I feel like it's more powerful that he's saying he wants to, but he can't bring himself to do it. And then Barrett tells Dine about Marlene. And we get that whole sequence, right? And then we get he can't hold his daughter with the blood on his hands. It escalates, right? General Trooper shoot him. That's obviously, it's a new direction. And I agree. I think that with what you said, Dan, I feel like they're giving Dine a hero's death. So Barrett is lying on the ground. His gun arm is lying in the dirt. He's defenseless. Exactly like Dine was when he was hanging by Barrett's arm, but Barrett couldn't save him. So Dine does what Barrett couldn't do and dies saving him, which is the only way Dine would have forgiven Barrett if he died saving him. So after being shot, Dine drops the arm, opens up, he falls on Barrett and tells him to carry the weight and the guilt. And this is both literal and metaphorically, because he collapses on him. I felt like the whole thing was just a really great reference to what happened before, and it's an inversion of it. I loved it, man. It felt like there was a lot of thought that went into how they did it. So now, did I feel that way the first time I saw it? No, I didn't. But I've seen it 3 times at this point. So
I mean, I like what you just did there. I mean, it definitely justifies what we're seeing. And it's I try to do this, especially when we're doing this analysis thing where I'm like, all right, the original game exists and the original game doesn't exist. I got to look at this with 2 different perspectives here. I got to look at this. Okay, the original game is not. This is a standalone experience. We're not supposed to be comparing in this lens, this like perspective. Don't compare. Let's see how it works out. And I mean, you guys like Excalibur, you did an amazing job, like explaining that. Like this, yeah, that works out good. If I didn't have the original to fall back onto, I was like, yeah, I like that. So
yeah, that's why.
Yeah,
100%. Like I think comparison is the thief of joy in cases like this, where you're really you want it to be something that it's not, and so you're not able to see it for what it is.
I was gonna say I agree and disagree with that. Like, so me too. With it being Rebirth and a remake of something, comparison is like that is the it's inevitable.
And I get it. It's a double-edged sword, man. Like I'm not. Because I was in the exact same camp you were the first time, 100%.
Yeah.
I was like, I don't like this pacing. I don't know what they did here. And that's going to carry through to everything that's continues to happen. But I have more thoughts on that too, because after playing it again, I mean, I played it a few times, but after playing it recently, I made a lot of notes about how different things are broken up. And I didn't remember them being handled that way the first time because I was so hung up on they just did this. And so a lot of stuff I was missing as it was happening the first time I was playing it.
Yeah.
So
I agree
I'm
with
gonna
that.
point some stuff out as we go.
Yeah, I was picking up on a lot of things that I missed the first time. But I mean, like even Mr. Bigglesworth saying in the OG, Dine was actually ready to go kill Marlene.
Yes.
I have a note about that too.
Yeah.
I think that is why, in my opinion. All right, so you say that comparison's the thief of joy. Like, I get what you're saying, because there is truth to that. At the same time, like Dan said, though, we're looking at a project that's directly inspired and recreating something that already exists. So there has to be some level of compare. You can equally enjoy it as its own, as well as critique it based on what it's inspired by. And there's many things that Rebirth, in my opinion, does better. There's some things that it just doesn't do better and it doesn't live up to. And there's some things that I appreciate and both dislike. It's like I can appreciate both angles too, and this falls under that. Where this scene ends, so like I said before, where the scene ends and the set how it gets here. Well, okay, that's where the problem is. I don't like how it got to here. I don't like the way that like the depiction of everything that gets to this part. But this part here is great to me.
Yeah,
how their conversation ends in the original though, and maybe it's just because of technical limitations, so we kind of had to see something. Because what happens in the original is not only shocking, it is significantly more dark.
Yeah, it's horrifying. It's dark,
and it is horrifyingly dark. And it's funny because Dan, you said like couldn't. I think it was you who said this before. Couldn't bring himself to do it.
Yeah, he says that. Yeah, Dine says it. Yeah.
Here, in the original, I think almost just by virtue of how dark he got, that's why he was able to bring himself there, because even he realized I'm too far here. This, he doesn't go there. And that's not necessarily a bad change. Again, like they're just two different depictions of a great scene. I like them both in different ways, but I do think that the original definitely hit me harder. When I played it. I think the original, just because it was significant. And again, I know that the shock's going to be lost on me. I've already experienced the story, so I'm not going to be shocked by what happened here. But I think that just where the original went with the scene and how it ended was just significantly more shocking than what happens here.
If we end, well, we don't have to end it here, but like if we ended this moment with Barrett and Dine right here, and then remove what's about to happen, and then the final like farewell with Barrett, like Barrett and Dine like over his body, the party comes in, we're gonna get to that in just a second, and then Dio comes in, gives him the keys, and all that scene is great too. We remove everything that happens outside with the Palmer and everything like that. This is perfect, or not perfect, but it's really good.
It's good.
It's really
very
good. Now, I guess I don't know if I guess what I'm trying to say is like with Final Fantasy 16 with that rated M stuff, where I feel like Final Fantasy just commit, especially Final Fantasy 7. Like you got to commit.
Yeah.
Final Fantasy 7 is a dark story. It is a very mature story.
It's a very
and like you know, like
Yes.
Game of Thrones, that kind of stuff. Like these are dark situations, not black and white. Like there's gray area. There's a lot of bad. With Dyne in the original, like getting to the point where he was like, I'm gonna go find Marlene so she can join me, and like, what?
You saying that just gave me chills.
Holy crap!
You saying
yes,
that just it's one of the most horrifying things. If not,
and that's
the
when
most
you know that
horrifying
Barrett
thing.
has to let go. He has to give up.
Yeah,
because
Yeah.
like, oh my god,
that's the snap point for Barrett. That's like, okay,
Yeah.
I can't. You know,
This
this is where
I
it's-
think that's where I actually think that the new one's better because in my opinion, once Dyne says that, so I have kids obviously.
yeah.
One of them's Barrett. But, so when he says that, when he says that, it's like he loses all sympathy.
Yeah.
Like I can't. He's gone. So it's like at that point, why would Barrett care? Barrett is literally taking care of Marlene. This dude is like, I'm gonna take Marlene to see her dead mother. It's like, all right, this guy's pieced out.
Yep.
No,
and that's
sorry,
like that's the
beyond
point
all
almost.
hope.
That's the point.
And
yeah.
so, well, but I would argue that the point of the way it's done in the new one is to basically show you is to remind Barrett of what it is that he's supposed to do. Right? It's like so Dyne does what he couldn't do, right? That's one thing. But also you have this element of Marlene. It's as simple as that. It's him being reminded that there's something left over to take care of. And the way that the original handles that, it almost like discredits Dyne as a father. It's like, why would you like, all right, I don't have to honor this guy's wishes. Like it's this guy doesn't exist. Who he was died when he fell. And I feel like he carries further with you. Like he will be a permanent impact in Barrett's memory in a different way.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, you can argue seeing your friend do that and say all that in front of you is going to have a certain impact. But there's also a point where you have to draw that line, and it's like you have to cut that out. Like it's literally there's nothing to gain from it. And what happened in this scene leaves plenty to be gained. That's the way I view it.
I see your point on that. Like I really do, and I get that. But I do disagree with something you said where he totally checks out. Like, yes, you have to make the decision that if somebody went that far, they're done. Like you can't entertain.
But you don't have any more sympathy for that guy.
Yeah.
But here's the thing though. I don't think that's a problem. I don't think, and this is one thing I've noticed with a lot of stories in the last few years, just in general. And Final Fantasy VII's been doing this in particular lately in the last few years with Sephiroth and whatnot. We're painting villains more sympathetically.
Yep.
And that doesn't always mean a bad thing. Like sometimes some villains work more sympathetically. That being said, I feel like I just feel like where the original went, Barrett still can walk away with a lot of remorse and a lot of feeling. Yes, I think that if he hears that Dyne's willing to kill Marlene, that's a checkout point. Like, there's nothing I can do. I have to stop it. But I don't think that means. At this point. I don't think that means that he can't still grieve the loss of his friend. And I think that it hits it harder in a different way. To see somebody who he was so close with and somebody who he loved dearly turn to such a vile monster by the end. You're right. There's no sympathy, but now you're dealing with a different type of grief. The person that you love, when you have sympathy, like the way that we saw it now, Barrett's struggle in Rebirth feels more like there could have been something I could have done to save him. In the original, you're like, I lost somebody who I just held so dear. Like there is no coming back. And to me, I think that both types of loss and grief of somebody you care about have emotional weight to them. And I think that's why I appreciate the scenes differently. But the original scene hits harder for me because I feel like that's worse in a lot of ways.
So
that somebody I care about. Sorry,
no, you're good. You're good.
It's just somebody I care about and love got so vile and turned evil to the point where I can't even recall them or I can't even think fondly on them makes any fond memory that I could have had about them significantly harder to even fathom. And I feel like that's why the original scene does hit harder, because the loss of Dine isn't so much that you lost somebody who you feel sympathetic for. It's that you lost somebody to the point that you don't even recognize them anymore. Like they're just checked out.
I get your point, like 100%, and this could just be a difference
in a
a view, because full disclosure, I've had an experience sort of like this before, and things got to the point where, for me, I was almost forced to retroactively look at a certain period of time leading up to that point. And it sort of like recolored my ability to even remember it. It was like instantly I was sort of numb to it. It's like, so maybe that was never who that person was after a point, and I don't know when that happened. And so for this, I see that moment when that happened to Dine is when he lost his arm. And it's like at that point, that's when he died. Barrett already mourned him. Barrett already thought he was dead. He's gone through that whole process. Now he finds out this is not Dine. I don't see that as like, for me, this is me, right? I'm not I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying the way I view it is he doesn't see that, or I wouldn't, especially given everything that happened, as a new opportunity to grieve, or a way to grieve in a new way. It's sort of validation that he was already dead. Mm-hmm. He was dead.
Yeah.
He's not there. You already lost him. And I feel like Rebirth doesn't give you that. Because it doesn't give you that, it hurts more. Like for me, right? So that's just my perspective.
I like you bringing in, when you have a personal attachment to it, like you gotta, like the person, that's me with Final Fantasy VII.
I love this discourse, bro. Like I love because
no, I see your side 100%. Like don't get it twisted.
I love that. I love that you can present it like that, because it's hard for me to even, from my perspective, it's hard for me to consider it that way. So when you present it, it gives me the opportunity to, So I appreciate that.
I appreciate you sharing that stuff, man. I like to look at this as in like, all right, Dine as a character is supposed to be sort of a reflection of what Barrett would have been if he, like I said, you end up alone. And if you do this on your own, you're wallowing in your own guilt and anger, sadness, and that's what hate does to a man. Like I love that. That's what the title of the song is. What hate does to a man. So like that anger, that vengeance, that it just consumes and eats away, and then grief, despair, loss, chief among them, like just consuming, like, and where Dine had nobody. So Dine just self-abuse, like drugs, all this other stuff, like he's just hell-bent on revenge and stuff like that. So he lost himself to it, whereas Barrett doesn't. So Barrett goes back. He does choose a means to an end. He does want to bomb the reactors. He wants to do these like extreme eco-terrorism stuff, like get back at Shinra. But along the way, Barrett starts to meet Jesse, Biggs, Wedge, Tifa, and eventually Cloud, and like he's starting to form, of course, Marlene. I don't want to keep forgetting Marlene, because like he gets Marlene, and that's he even says she became my reason to wake up in the morning, man. Like
yep.
So Marlene, and now Barrett has people, whereas Dine doesn't. So this is what like when Barrett looks at Dine, he sees what he could have been.
Yes.
And if that is the message that's being conveyed here, when this is where I kind of side with what's happening in Rebirth, where in a way over what happens in the OG, whereas this is showing you Barrett is back, your best friend is back into your life. There's a moment, just a little bit of moment, for Dine to say, I have somebody now. Like now he's not going to go through with what he knows he wants to do and doesn't have the strength to do it, because
Right.
Barrett is here. Like, even regardless of how he feels about it, but somebody's here for him. So, anyways, he steps in front, has one last move as a hero, saving Barrett. But and now Barrett has to carry that guilt, that weight. And I love what you said, man. He falls on him, like the imagery, what's happening here as he falls on Barrett, carry that weight, that guilt, and he's literally carrying it right now. I think that does put a lot on Barrett, and I still think it does match what Barrett's supposed to take away from this as a character. Like, whether Dine did it to himself, like does himself in and then falls on him and says carry the weight, or this happens, it slightly leans towards Rebirth to show that, hey, when you have someone there, it helps. So yeah, I mean, I don't know, man.
I'm really hoping that this comes back up in part 3, because in the OG, on my first playthrough of the OG way back in the day, Barrett was one of my favorites.
Same.
And I was kind of sad that it never really came back up after that,
Yeah, but that feels like his character. I mean, even at the end of this chapter, after the whole like shooting thing, he puts the glasses on and he goes, "Oh, how was my aim?" Which is funny because it's after a scene that we're all probably in agreement that was kind of wacky. But I like that one part of his character.
Oh, this moment.
But how does he say it? But how does he say it though? Like his delivery,
he said right. That's just
delivery,
it. He said
it works so well.
Yeah, it works well because you could tell he's still beaten up by this. But that's just, and it's a positively negative part of his character. I think is that he's going to bottle this and suppress it. He is now more comfortable with people. But maybe part 3 will address this and we'll find more closure in the scene by the end of the story with part 3. But that's, like I said, a positively negative trait with him is that it's in his nature to sort of take this and bottle it.
My issue
is
is that I feel like this scene is great. Like, as it is, like this right here.
Oh, I agree. It's a great scene.
Oh my God. Then we just saw it continued with Dine saying, "Baby, I'm home," and then seeing Eleanor and like, dude, it's hitting Barrett, John Bentley, letting out this guttural scream, like this sadness, man. God, what a freaking powerful moment. But hey, let's get neener in just a moment. All right, let's see what happens. I mean,
I'm glad we all got sad and depressed.
Hold on a second. I should have stopped you before we got so I should have just stopped everything before we got too involved in this, because let's talk about Neener spanking my booty. Like, let's slap that at. Somebody needs a spanking. Why are we doing this? Why are we doing it?
Why?
I know.
And
I know Excalibur says he's got something for us, but I mean,
here's the thing.
Woo!
Listen.
Here's the thing. This. Okay, no, just go.
I mean, all right. Let's start with that. This could have been handled better.
Yeah.
So
okay, we're
there. Right?
We're all
acknowledge that. So there's a bunch of different things that I think where they sort of, I don't want to say they backed themselves into a corner, because you could see, there was a trajectory. You could see this was coming. On the way in, Palmer's looking for everybody. He's pissed off. He's not happy he's been given this assignment. And when he shows up, he's talking about that. He's basically demonstrating, hand these posters out, Palmer. Bookings canceled, Palmer. Security slaughtered, Palmer. Your chocobo came in last. Like, he's petty, but that's who he is. And he was sent here to do this. And he was basically waiting until these people got out of the gold saucer to do this. That's why the dudes all showed up. That's why everything happened when it did. This was cooking from the very first moments of this chapter. I'm not saying that the timing was perfect, right? Because
would have been great as a start to chapter 9.
Dude,
like,
I know. Let them cook. Keep on cooking.
Go.
All right. So basically, Shinra knows the party's whereabouts. It's been maintained to this point. All of this has been set up. So this is my opinion. So right after this sequence with Barrett, and Palmer and them are coming in, you have control of Cloud. And you can try to go over to see Barrett. You could try to. And if you try to, you get this message that just says, "Stop Shinra's attack." And so it's sort of that, strangely, put sort of words to exactly how I was feeling about this when I played through it the last time, which is that Shinra is not giving you anything that you want. They don't care about what just happened. They don't care about your moment. They don't care. Shinra is Shinra. And so now it's the party's turn to protect Barrett. And Barrett's going to get his chance in a minute. But basically, the party has to completely protect somebody who is having his moment privately. We don't get to see it. It's off camera. So what's interesting, sometimes when you do stuff off camera, you get to read into what's happening off camera. Now,
Wiley,
might have been better.
You gotta do some heavy lifting on this one, buddy. I was listening to you, and then I saw the fat man spank himself. So what's going on here?
I'm not even looking at all that. Clearly, you're meant to like hate Palmer, right?
Yeah,
you're supposed to hate him. You know, this is supposed to fuel Barrett and the party and everybody for revenge. Barrett doesn't even partake in the fight, right? The party's basically buying him time to grieve. So, yeah, I mean, like, so this attack is basically, it's doing a bunch of stuff. Obviously, the writers don't want you to go back to the gold saucer to get the buggy and all this other stuff. So they're trying to create reasons for everything to happen, plot reasons. Why else is Dio going to come flying out to the middle of the desert with the buggy? There's no reason for that. The buggy's out the game if they can't fit this puzzle piece in. So I'm thinking about all this stuff from like a writing perspective. Like, why do they need to do that? Well, let's look at what they did do. Well, clearly they want you to have the buggy. This is really the only way to get that in there is there has to be a reason for Dio to come out and rescue. And so I'm gonna move forward to that scene. So basically, Dio shows up. Dio vindicates Barrett in front of the whole party. It's like, we agree. You didn't do this. You found the guy. Like, everybody's good. So Barrett is still getting resolution through this. Okay, it happens after a boss fight, but he's still getting resolution. And then after Dio vindicates Barrett, he reassures Barrett that they're going to give Diane a proper burial. So they're trying to put a bow on a bunch of stuff. It's not like it just cut off right there at that scene, even though that's what it felt like. Like the first time I played it, it felt like as soon as Palmer came in, like my brain was like, bro, where's my resolution? But it keeps coming. They're going to layer it out all the way to the end of this chapter. So you have that scene. Dio walks off. Cloud says, and I know Dan loves this because I saw Dan say something about this earlier a little bit. Cloud says, we're here for you.
Yes.
Barrett says, to take the load off, huh? And he says, I mean it, man.
Bro.
Barrett looks up and says, I'm starting to think you might. And bro, like, I'm going to put my glasses on because I don't know what's happening.
Yeah.
A little bit misty in here. But, yeah. And then Barrett says, looks like this is goodbye, old buddy. He puts his shades on, puts up his emotional wall, hops in the buggy, and now we get this whole sequence in the buggy, right? It's catharsis for Barrett. Now he's had his moment to breathe. He got to do it in privacy. Nobody was watching over him while he grieved. They held off everybody long enough. He's been vindicated. He's been promised Diane's going to get a burial. He's got a moment with who's his best friend right now is Cloud. He just had confirmation that Cloud does care. Like, Barrett knows that, but he doesn't have any sort of, like, validation, and he gets that. So now he gets put in a buggy, and he basically tells Cloud, like, I got this.
Yep.
And this is his time to now do what he couldn't do. Now he's the wall, he's the shield, he's the protector, saving the whole party while they're just trying to get away. So you have this whole sequence, right? We even get a moment afterwards where Barrett takes off the glasses, right? And he says to himself, some dad you are. Long past your time, your little girl knew the truth. So it's like the whole thing is like building to this point that just keeps going like through the whole chapter to the end from that part, from dying. And yeah, so I mean, like, taken as a whole, there's a lot more stuff that's happening, and I do understand the perspective of anybody who doesn't like it, because like there's a lot of stuff that they tried to mix into that scene, but I get it, and a lot of it worked for me on this playthrough. So
I like what I see what you're doing. I get what you like, the whole build up to Palmer. Like they've been like, this is the antagonist of this chapter. You're going to fight Palmer. My question is, or two things, I guess. First thing, remove the fight altogether. You remove the Palmer dropping in with the suppressor. You remove that altogether. You immediately cut from when Barrett and Dine have their moment. Dine falls on him, and then you have that emotional carry the weight thing. You cut to the party outside. They look up. They see the helicopters coming in with the suppressor. They go back in to go let Barrett know what's going on. Then they have that moment, just like when he, like, one of the freaking most like impactful exchange of dialogue in the game. Like you said, I love that so much. Like when you can bring, I'm a sucker for it, dude. When you can bring in something from a previous entry, like something from one of the first lines in the game, like first chapters of the, like this chapter 2, beginning of that or something. I'm here to take the load off your shoulders, and then you turn it into something this heavy. Oh man! So get rid of the suppressor fight. This still supports you, what you just said. You get rid of the suppressor fight. You see that Shinra's inbound. You go in, and then like Yuffie's like, they're on top of us right now. And then like, yeah, we gotta go, buddy. And then, you know, you got like, all right.
Well, I'm not arguing. You know, like I said, I still got problems with it. I'm trying to. All I was trying to do is kind of look at what's there and see what they're trying to do. So like if you're asking me like, what would I do? That's a different conversation.
I know,
right?
I know, and like
that's a different conversation. What would I do? Like, I wouldn't do that.
So it was I'm
trying to take away something from what they did. That's all.
Dude, I completely respect it. I appreciate what you're doing, and I actually do the same. Like when I was looking at this, like, all right, there's a reason. What is the reason? And I kind of came to a similar conclusion as you. Like I was like, all right, yeah, the build up. This is Palmer. This is we've been doing at the beginning of the freaking chapter. But the question is, and like Noisy even wrote it in there, and was like, was it bad writing from this dream team? And I'm like, so the thing is that when we take these chapters, and I don't want to be negative. I don't want to be like too negative. But when we take the chapter breakdowns and we're looking at this stuff, and there's so much to appreciate. There's so much like the little details and stuff like that. This is literally like Noisy said, dream team, man. The writing is so excellent. Everything is on purpose. Why Palmer for this? Like, you made a choice and you chose Palmer. Why insert this battle here? Why insert goofiness? Not just a like, hey, there's a freaking battle here. There's urgency. There's a like, you're gonna have this fat dude come out and slap his ass and like say neener, and like after this. Look, I don't want to. I'm not putting words in. Like, I don't know John Bentley. I don't know how he feels about it or whatever. But if I gave my heart and soul to a performance, and I play the game, and I'm feeling that performance, and then you follow up with this disrespect, like, I would just be like, "Are you kidding me?" Like, that's how I would feel personally. So yeah.
Wait, Wiley, I know you got a point. I want to after you. I gotta jump in on something.
This is really quick, man. So why put Palmer in?
Yeah, why Palmer?
Why Palmer here? Why Palmer now? I don't have the answer for that. What I will say is that I'm pretty sure in the OG, Palmer doesn't come back again until Rocket Town.
Yeah, until Rocket Town.
And so he could have been completely omited from this game. But
a much goofier sequence too.
Nobody will remember who he is in part 3.
I want to quickly forget
this.
This
was a checklist.
I want to quickly forget this ever happened. In fact, I would love the mod to take this out.
Yeah, I feel like this was a checkbox they had to tick. I feel like this was where does he fit in, because we need people to remember who he is. People that played remake. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying with how they delivered the buggy too, right? It's like, I see you want to keep the momentum to the Corel Desert, but there might have been a different way to do it, or maybe you could have done something different altogether. So I can't excuse the corniness of the fight or the character,
right?
But clearly this is a checkbox.
So I'm gonna jump in for a sec.
Mm-hmm.
I do agree. I'll be honest, Wiley. I was listening to what you had to say. And a lot of what you said made sense to me at like the skeleton of what you were saying. I don't think I agreed with everything you said. Like mostly a lot of the stuff revolving around Palmer. But what I'm gonna get at is like, yes, there's a conscious choice of why did we include him here. Palmer, I feel like you could have, if you really wanted to have a Palmer fight, you could have thrown it anywhere else, maybe not anywhere else, but like in a lot of other places. You could have had Palmer be the Rufus fight as a joke before Rufus comes in chapter 12 or something. I'm not going to go into hypotheticals on where Palmer could have fit in.
Yeah.
If you wanted to have him somewhere else, that's fine. Where I think this just, it goes way too far for my personal liking. I think where I like what you had to say, where, you know, if we wanted to jump into combat after this, honestly, you could have had almost like a Crisis Core moment where you and the gang have to just defend Barrett.
It would have been better to fight Rude and Elena again than to fight Palmer.
No, I mean, I'm not even saying fight them. I'm just saying you could have just dropped a suppressor without even needing Palmer in it.
Or
you could have just had, or no, not even. I don't even know if
more personal connection there.
She would have been good either. I feel like the idea that would have worked for me is just have an onslaught, almost like a gauntlet. Like you just have to keep fighting because Barrett needs you to.
You're buying him time, right?
Right. Yeah. Like you could have just had trooper, and then you hear like after you wipe out the first wave, it's like we need reinforcement, dropping more in.
You hear me out though.
Hypotheticals into what
this goes back to what I'm saying of like if I wrote it, I would have wrote it different.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
saying, bro.
It's just I don't need to go there. But what the problem is that it's just this is Rebirth. You know, I love this game. Yeah, I mean, it was my game of the year. Yeah. It's like this is honestly like my third favorite game like ever. Probably, I think for me, you know, for a fun little throw out, just Wind Waker, Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth is my three. But so I love this game to death. I love every chapter, you know. I know this one ranked low for me, but I think it's because I look at it, the things you love, you got to look at critically, right? Like you gotta,
and like honestly, put it in a vacuum. Chapter 8, I love Chapter 8, so I'm looking at it critically. Like I'm like, oh man, what are we doing here?
I'm looking at it critically because I feel like they could have just made what was great better. I feel like just some things drag down its quality.
Dude, hear me out.
I think
hear me out. We're gonna go with
a lot of ways they do.
Like hypothetical, and I know like I'm not.
Oh yeah, I don't need. I
want to make it clear. I want to make it clear right away that Excalibur, I loved your explanation of this. I think a lot of what you said made sense. So I'm not saying that like you're wrong. Like I'm not saying like that. Like to you, I'm not directing it at you. I hope that you have like I hope you're not like thinking that I'm like, okay, cool, I heard you, but yeah, it still sucks or whatever. But it's no, because I do appreciate you sharing, and a lot of people in chat too said you're cooking, so you're doing good. But for me, hear me out. Let the moment breathe. Like we don't need action. Like we didn't need this, right? And I get the whole like, oh yeah, Shinra's like they're on top of you. They don't care about your feelings, and it's like yeah, I get that a lot in this game, and I know that the game is trying to give me this sense of like we don't want you to feel anything right away. We want you to not have those emotions. We don't want you to dwell on them too long. And I think the game is doing that on purpose, but it's like sometimes, and again, I reference Final Fantasy 16 because I feel like it is one of the best written Final Fantasy games. I think it's written perfect and performed excellent too, where it's like when those moments breathe in Final Fantasy 16, holy crap, they're memorable. They're like remember when Clive like when he's butt naked he's chained up, like it is a dark, he's talking about like he's stepping towards a bridge, he's having those thoughts, like we're letting those moments breathe, and we're really like letting the player feel. And like I said, I'm feeling what's happening with Dine and Palmer. And even on the second playthrough, I'm starting to appreciate it a lot more too. And like what you said, Excalibur, the way that you explained the differences between OG and what they did in Rebirth. Honestly, you said this in the chat. You said this in a Discord message. You were like, I don't expect to change anybody's minds, but help like maybe change their own mind. And I think like that's great because when you explained it to me, I'm like, you know what? I see what they're doing here. And then I'm starting to like connect my own thoughts to it about like the whole parallels of like, or like the message that's trying to be conveyed and how this does complement it and stuff like that. There's just nothing, I don't think anything is going to make me agree with having this dude come down here, neener slap his butt, and like make a mockery of what just happened. Like literally making a mockery of it.
Agree.
And the only explanation I can think of is like the developers don't like to dwell on it. They don't want you to feel
I get
anything.
that impression too.
Yeah,
I do feel
like
that.
it's a deliberate choice, man.
Yeah.
Like I said, this is one of those things where it's like I wouldn't do that. I'm trying to understand. I do my best to understand why they made the choices that they did and present my thoughts on that. But like, I don't have a strong opinion about it either way. It's interesting to listen to other people's thoughts because if I look at it and I can't break it down, like why or maybe how or what or whatever, then I go into what would I do. And that's like, now I have to stop thinking about what is because I'll just completely tear it apart. Because all of us would do something different with almost everything. There's almost nothing that's perfect. So
No, I agree with that.
I'm not defending the Palmer thing.
Right.
I'm saying this is something we agree on where all of us go, I probably would have done that different.
Yeah, it's like, let's try to find something. And I appreciate that. Shout out to Subtext. Thank you so much for the super chat. I really appreciate that, man. Tossing Gil this way. This convo makes me think about all of the stories of the OG's development being a bit messy and chaotic, with lots of team members jamming a lot of ideas in. Rebirth has a lot of that, but it's easier to see this time around. And yeah, I can see that. Yeah, I mean,
because
that's a good
it's
point.
presentation. It's because of its presentation. It's more polished. It's.
I wonder
presented with
whose
voice
idea.
acting and animation.
Yeah, like who? I wonder
these
if this
jarring
was because like I wonder if this was part of Nojima's script. Like I wonder if like having Palmer come in here and do this like battle, or was it like, hey, we need and that's the other thing. Who decided like, hey, we need a boss battle here? It's like,
Right.
Actually, they just
maybe Nojima didn't even write that
exactly,
that part. And they're just like, we need this, we need these puzzle pieces here, so
Yeah.
this is what we're gonna do.
exactly.
And then they tried to, as you see on either side, on every side of every sequence in this whole thing, there is a very clear like drama unfolding, and I feel like that's what Nojima wrote. There's all these connected bits.
Right.
All of these gameplay and other sequences, like is he coming up with that, or is that just they're going, let's mold some stuff into this because this is what we want out of it or whatever, and it's out of his hands? Because it doesn't feel like that's what a writer would choose in some instances, and this is one. And
the other thing is too, I was wrestling with my own thoughts leading up to this, where I was like, you know what though, the original game kind of did. Like, hey, we're gonna do a serious moment, and then let's be like the most iconic death in the game, and then we're gonna turn around and snowboard. Yeah, where it's like, okay, I get it. Yeah. So is it Final Fantasy VII DNA to do that? And I just feel like first of all, Asher Zach saying that's why these moments are frustrating because he had a chance to fix those issues, but also. Like, it worked a little bit for the PS1 version because I'm reading the text and I'm reading it and
take as much time as you.
And yeah, exactly. I'm taking my time with this, and props to the original, man. They let this moment breathe with Barrett and Diane. Like, nothing crazy really happens after that.
They also let it breathe with air, like just to.
They did, yes. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Like the thing is,
going
like,
back to the
comparing that to this is like if Aerith died. And then, like, the freaking Capitol collapses, and then
you got to snowboard out of it.
Snowboard.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You're right. You're right. They did give it some moments.
There is a gap of like, yes, that is one major story beat to the next story beat.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of
and there's the dialogue in between too when they go back to the Forgotten Capital and like they talk to Cloud individually. Yeah.
This is more like what I just said, like the Capitol collapse.
Yeah, you're gonna snowboard out of this place.
We were just in a serious scene, and then it just snowballed into something ridiculous out of nowhere. Like we just The cat would collapse and land on the snowboard right into Palmer, Neener.
Mr.
You had to
Bigglesworth.
know that when Elena has that ice cream that she's eating, as a callback to her wanting ice cream.
But that was fine by me. Before Palmer showed up, I was like, that's fine. Yeah.
That's the tip of the corny iceberg as it's emerging.
The tip of the corny iceberg that's about to freaking crash into you. You're about to run into. I like Mr. Bigglesworth said. It reminds me of the pitch meeting.
Radio on the other hand, and it's just like, okay, like she ain't taking this serious at all.
Which is, you know what? That's fine. I like the tip of the corny iceberg. All right, but just the tip. All right, just the tip. That's all I wanted. All right, like you gave me the whole thing. I like Mr. Bigglesworth saying it reminds me of a pitch meeting thing. So the story can happen. Okay, I'm gonna need you to get all the way off my back on this one. I'm gonna need. I really want this freaking Palmer fight. It's a cool animation. He's gonna slap his butt. It's gonna be funny, dude. But all right. So I feel like we've gotten our point across. I don't know. So we can kind of keep on going. But
Riley, you didn't exactly change my mind. But I
right,
appreciate your perspective.
I do. I echo that.
It's not my job to change your mind, man. It's my job to present things in a way that shows my thought process, so you can maybe share the thought process, and then you decide how you feel.
It's a good take, and it spins it more
off
positive.
my back, man.
Sweat off my sack. So listen, this scene comes up. We get Dio again, and this is a good scene. All right, Dio being a little more serious here again, but you are innocent, and I was wrong. Looking at Barrett, wow, dude, what a like we just had. We just had if we could just take out the freaking fight, but we just had a moment where Barrett, where he's like, you carry that guilt, that weight. Imagine we don't have that fight. Dio comes in and goes, but you are innocent.
Yeah. I'll be honest. My very first thought was the Palmer fight. Even it's not as jarring if this sequence happens first.
Yeah, let this sequence happen first.
There's so many different ways they could have rearranged the sequence of events that they have here that would have made it easier to digest.
Yeah, because I'm not saying. I'm sorry. I just want to joke because I'm not saying the Palmer fight sucked. I'm not saying that.
Actually, the Palmer fight's fun.
Freaking cool. And I loved him coming out neener. I thought that was hilarious.
I'm going to say this because this has been like my most like boiling point controversial thing. That fight is funny and I enjoy it in a bottle.
It's a great thing.
The problem is that you threw the bottle on the ground in the most emotional scene and shattered, and now I got this liquid all over the place.
Awesome scene right here, and like Cloud picking up the gun. Bringing it back to
gives him the gun.
We've gone like I said it before, but I love this exchange, man. I love this callback. It is so good. So this, like we can't change what's been done, guys. I guess, but like imagine this happening. You help take the load off, huh? And then Barrett is back, and like you said,
Cloud
cathartic.
Like together, bro. Literally,
right.
Like.
Right.
It's all here, man. There's a lot of really great metaphors they do with visuals in this scene.
Yes. So like perfectly like this whole thing. I guess this is goodbye, old buddy. Puts the glasses on, and now we're gonna get into the buggy. And now is a good time. Not the ideal time, but we've let this moment breathe. That is called letting it breathe right there. We get onto the thing. We can still have the looming threat of Shinra. And then, hey, look, there they are. Now we're good. Now we have to get going.
Right.
So like
now fight your waves of enemies, like Lee said. Like this is where the onslaught would have been great.
Yep.
Like
we get out of here, and I even enjoyed this. I even enjoyed the buggy thing here, where like the buggy escape. And I think I even mentioned this. I mentioned this. Oh yeah, Rude is on screen. My bad. Whenever Rude's on screen. Look at this. This is great. I love that fight, dude.
Dude,
between Dio and Rude. That
I
is
just
a
want to
great
say
fight.
something real quick.
Look at him, the test of strength.
We know that Rude beats the shit out of Dio because in chapter 12, I believe it's Dio's, or is it chapter 12 or 11? Whichever one. No, it's 12.
It's
You come
12.
back and you see Dio's got the cast and whatnot. So yeah,
He's busted up.
Yeah, he's busted up. So Rude rocks his shit.
Yeah.
But props to Dio for still, because you can revisit Dine's death spot and you find the mound with Marlene's picture on a cross. So shout out to Dio for, after getting his shit rocked, still taking the time to bury Dine. I imagine like a broken arm, just like
He did what he had to do. But like,
Harder
hey,
than I thought it was going to be when I made that promise.
hey, a promise is
a promise. Yeah, he's a promise is a promise, and I will keep it. For I value vindication and justice.
Yo, I even kind of said this last week with the minecart thing, and I was like, oh, wouldn't it be cool if like the freaking Gigatrice comes back in and you're fighting that thing? This is basically kind of what we're getting here, where now we're actually getting an action sequence. So maybe it would have been overindulgence if they did that. I think it would have worked out great still. But I like this. We got a little getaway scene with shooting the guys with Barrett. I love what Excalibur said. This is cathartic. That this is him. Like this is good for Barrett right now. And honestly, it's still letting the moment breathe. I still think in a weird kind of way this lets that moment sink in. Barrett's doing his thing. You're playing as Barrett, which is good.
Yeah. It serves to help him. He's feeling like he's kind of stepping back into, he just went through a lot of heavy shit. So he went from kind of being out of commission for a bit. And, you know, again, we don't need to make hypothetical scenes, but if we defended him for a while, now he's stepping back up to plate. He's ready to swing again. And he kind of needs this. It proves his usefulness. He's the man for the job here. Yeah. So I do like that scene. I also like Elena flipping on.
I love it. And Kate says, "What's wrong with you people?" Like, what's wrong with you people? Is what Kate says. Yeah, but how did I do? That's good, man.
That delivery on that, I do love the delivery on how I do. You can tell he's still kind of eating. He's still digesting what he went through.
He is.
Clearly. But
he needs reassurance, but it's there's a lot of weight to how he says it, man.
Yeah.
And then the Marlene part right here. Oof.
Man.
I can't believe he parted with the photo. Like, I can, but I can't. Like, especially after saying that she's his purpose. Like, at this point, like, to part with the photo is, like, I get it. And it's a very noble and kind thing to do.
Nice little thing.
It couldn't be me, bro. I would be walking with that photo.
That's one thing I thought was interesting. Yeah. In the OG, Dine gives him the locket, and that doesn't happen. Inverse. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right, so now we gotta. It continues. This chapter keeps going.
The never-ending chapter.
Yeah, this chapter is whack, bro. It just never stops. All right, we got Reeve in the office. We seen the Kate Sith thing.
I like this part.
So now it's confirmed. Was it confirmed? I feel like it was confirmed already at some point that Reeve was Kate Sith, but I don't know. Maybe was it? It is now 100% confirmed that Kate Sith belongs to Reeve.
I wonder if people didn't connect this.
I was gonna say, was this a revelation? Because I'm trying to feel like
I'm no offense, Dan. I'm imagining that there were people like you with the Red 13 voice. Where, what if he's just a big fan of the gold saucer? He has his own
we don't talk about that anymore.
He's on his Shinra middle management right now. He's on his Shinra middle manager bullshit. He's just going to the gold saucer on his free time and loves having a Kate Sith. Like, I don't know if that's. I know that, again, this is a case of we're all in too deep, and everybody in chat's probably also in way too deep. But, I wonder if that kind of fell on deaf ears for some people. Like, if they just didn't piece together that this is very clearly connecting Reeve to Kate.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can't say.
So now, maybe it was a big revelation this moment, but he was clearly, and then he's like helping out by changing up the wanted posters. Now, I missed this dialogue here.
All 5 of us.
So what am I missing with the Rufus and Sun conversation?
Wait, so does Song know? I just want to ask, does Song know what Reeve's up to, you think? Because he kind of implies that he might.
It seems like he does, doesn't it? I feel like he's giving him.
I thought so too. I wasn't sure if I was reading into that weirdly or
well. I feel okay. So later on, the interaction between Kate Sith doesn't Kate Sith hand Sung the black materia in like a few chapters, like future, spoilers.
Oh,
but
yeah,
so Sung has to know what's going on right now. He has to know.
Or he has to be
like
onto it to some degree. I don't.
Yeah,
I mean, he knows. Okay, I think he knows.
We can speculate.
Well, no, but going by at least the original story, Shinra.
Yeah, he says don't have too much fun, so he knows.
Shinra does plan. Well, yes, they know. Like, this is where he knows that Kate Sith and Reeve are like Shinra plants them. Shinra plants Kate Sith. He is intentionally a spy. But what I'm not sure if he knows or not is Reeve's intentions. Yeah. And with the don't have too much fun, is he saying that, like, don't have too much fun, like, hey, we gave you a fun job of being the spy, like, don't have too much fun, or don't have too much fun, like, I know that you're not exactly loyal to the cause, so don't get carried away because you need to do our dirty work still.
Right.
Like, I don't know where I don't know where I'm reading too far into one way or the other. I just feel like Sung might have a read on Reeve.
Yeah, I wrote the same thing. I put Sung seems to know. Does he know? He seems
like he knows he's a spy. But like he has to. So they have to know that.
This kind of this Sung Rufus conversation kind of goes back to what we were saying about, like, well, Aerith is not on the wanted posters anymore, so maybe they really are. Blah blah blah. Are they just following her? So indirectly, she leads them to the promised land. So Sung and Rufus have this conversation, and Rufus is like, the promised land, is she, wait, no, what about Aerith or something like that? Is she more important than the materia? And then she said not her so much as her birthright, and things like that. And then, is she going to lead us to the promised land? And then, no, it doesn't seem like it, type thing. But her birthright is what matters to Rufus right now. So they are indirectly lidding, and then he's like, I'll up my surveillance here. So they are lidding Aerith, like loosening the chain, basically loosening the leash to like let her do what, like give her a sense of freedom. You can also see a little subtly that Sung cares about Aerith, because he kind of like has a moment where he pauses, and then like, is she more important than the materia or whatever? Like, basically kind of like, what are we doing? Like, let's leave her alone. Sung, I think, wants to leave her alone. And then even Rufus kind of smiles. I think he can catch on to it. So now we get Rufus stepping over to the window. You got anything on this, Excalibur? This whole sequence? Anybody got anything on this sequence?
I mean, you did a good job breaking it down. So,
yeah.
I mean,
it's a dream of mine. How cute! And here comes Glenn. Coming out some purple.
AKA,
okay. Here we go. Nomura's here. Nomura, we got
Nomura. Not Nomura. Not Nomura. Just Rufus's freaking office looks like my room if it's dark with the green light on, with the green windows in the back.
Yeah.
It
does.
I don't know how I feel about this whole loud Clodbrook situation here.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about it either.
Loud Claude.
Clodbrook.
We're getting to the end, everybody.
You know what I'm saying. I don't know how I feel about none of that.
Man, he's just like just calling them names.
There is something I like about this interaction. I love that Glenn just barrages him with insults, and then Rufus just accepts the criticism. Yeah, he's like, dude, that made me.
He's like, and
that made me go, all right, Rufus, like, like that. I like when somebody is that. Yeah, he just owned it. He's that mindful of his own flaws and personality traits that he was just like, end.
I'm circling this right here because he says loneliness.
I wish I could see what you're circling. Yes, I think that was. I made a note on that too. Mm-hmm. Really interesting that was and the point that he ends on.
He says, "I know you and your fears." Like, you know what I mean? Whereas, like if this, of course, being the Glenova Sephiroth thing. So, and like, well, what is it that Sephiroth says or Genova says on the ship? Where like, become what you fear, what you hate, what you love, blah blah blah. So, loneliness. Yeah, yeah. He goes, I don't deny it.
Yeah.
All of that loneliness brought on this. Yep. Okay.
I don't know if I think about Glenn that much.
I try not to, man, because
just wanted to put that
out
there.
I don't know what they're doing here, and the thing is, it doesn't ultimately add up to a lot, especially by the end, and so it's like it's such a weird choice to make unless you're planning on doing something with this in part 3. I mean, we did get mentioned from Yuffie that 3 dudes were in Wutai, whatever. Maybe he's not dead, but if he's not dead, then what? Because obviously Rufus saw him die. But not everybody that dies.
It's time to get Zach on track. Yeah. Let's go! It's Zach time, everybody. This podcast is not over. It's gonna keep on going and going and going. You know why?
In short.
This chapter keeps going and going and going. This is technically an interlude, but since this is not really much happens here, we got Biggs. Let's start this manhunt. You know, like do we find Biggs in this? We do get like an interesting dialogue.
You do at the very end,
but we don't talk to him on this one, right?
No, which is why we're doing this now.
Okay, cool.
We can bang this out. We can bang this out.
Yeah.
No, I do want to point out though, and this has been a recurring gag in this entire series, but this is just another case of I wrote in my notes, Zach is in soldier attire looking for a fugitive in a community who respects him deeply. Yep. Why did he think going around with Big's photo say, hey, do you know this guy in his soldier uniform was going to result in any result? Like, it wasn't going to get any results. Even if they... So, I best they don't know, or if they do know, they're not telling you, bro.
That's like Barrett walking around in the gold saucer with the gun on.
Yeah,
they could have made the choice.
Hey, I'm looking for a man with a gun on.
They could have gave him the Advent Children, handgun thing from the beginning of the remake.
That's true.
But are we going to ask questions about every scene he's in? He gets on the train and remake with the gun art. Like, he's everywhere with the gun art.
It's one of those funny things. Like, I saw a subtext say, like, he's naive. Yes, he is. He is naive, and I'm fine with that. That is, there's no problem. It's just one of those funny things where earlier in the chapter, Cloud's riding on a chocobo, and he's in Shinra's
Most Wanted, broadcasted live.
In defense of Cloud, maybe he hadn't seen the photos yet, the new posters.
Sure, yeah.
So he might not know that he's Shinra's Most Wanted.
That's true.
But that doesn't excuse every other person who's done it. Where like Aerith, later on in chapter. And anyway, I'm not going to jump all over the place, but the point is that people up until now have done. Cloud in the tournament. That's a good example that we just passed.
Yeah,
Cloud signs into a card tournament, and he's a mercary.
It's actually Cloud Christopher Strife. Thank you. Just give the full name, middle name, and all of it.
And I just thought about it. It's like, okay, wait, no, we just established Cloud wasn't on the poster yet. Barrett, Tifa, and Aerith are all getting announced on the damn tournament. So they all signed in with their government names too.
Let's get Zach on track. All right, let's get Zach on track. Let's get Zach on track because listen, there's one interesting detail from this interlude. All right, and then Excalibur pointed it out. So I think it was Excalibur that pointed that out. So go ahead and drop that for me.
Yeah, so if you run up to all the people that are watching the the Jumbotron up there, there's a mention of the rift. President Rufus has taken note of the rift, and he's going to look into it or whatever. And I'm like, okay, so right there, everybody can see it. They somehow know it's a rift, and it's new, or they wouldn't be remarking on it. So I'm like, okay, I don't know what to do with that information, but it's information.
Yeah. Well. It's nice to know that it's called a rift, all right? Because I was calling it like the crack in the sky. So a rift sounds better. I mean,
it's
rift.
A sky crack.
Yeah, it's a sky crack. The sky has a crack in it.
All right?
I
like that more.
Yeah, sky crack.
Sky crack.
So yeah, basically, I guess Cloud and Zach are, they rift apart. God, with the Ratchet and Clank reference. All right. So, but that's it. That's the end of this analysis, I believe. I think we're finally done. I think we can wrap this up, guys. This was a very big chapter. Let's go ahead and take a look at our ranks or our awards here. For best music, man, I couldn't decide. It's Gus Funk or Knock at the Door. All but Aerith, if I must choose one.
Does that say chapter 6?
Where am I at, bro? Yes, don't read that. Don't read that. Chapter 8, okay? Don't
No,
read
my headset fell.
Yeah, read that. You're not supposed to read. Best music, Excalibur says the Gus Funk, and then Dragoon King says Best of Friends Together Again, a Norin Suppressor, or I Just Can't Decide, bro.
Yeah, I see you took my exact text. I still can't decide. Best of Friends Together Again, just for context, that is the song that plays at the end of the cutscene where Barrett and Dyne are facing off against each other, and it's the song in the first phase of their fight.
Mm-hmm.
I love that song. But Anur and Suppress, I don't know, man. If I gotta make a decision,
I'm gonna give you both because it's kind of part of the same battle. You know what I mean?
in a way, like it's in the same segment. It's in the same segment. All right, I'll take both.
I'm gonna give you both.
It's a shame that the Gus Funk, which is probably one of my most listened to songs, is not. It's one of my personal most listened to.
That's what made me decide between Knock at the Door. It's like if you gave me these two songs, I think I would want to listen to the Gus Funk.
That's the problem. The other two songs are great in a very different way. The Gus Funk is just one of those songs that like I will just listen to casually.
See, I can
just throw it on whenever.
I want the Aerith Knock at the Door. I want that Knock at the Door Aerith theme. I want it to be recognized. I want some attention on it, so I almost want to make that my nominee just because Excalibur has me covered with the Gus Funk. But it's just like, man, I don't know, man. The Gus Funk, dude. Best battle, we all chose Dyne. Best side quest, we have I don't know. Was there even a side quest thing?
Again, I interpreted each optional date as a side quest, so I think Tifa's date was my favorite.
Best rebirth, Gold Saucer is what me and Excalibur says. Except Excalibur says Haunted Hotel especially, and then you have Gus as the best rebirth there. Yeah. Best birth for me would be the Gold Saucer Arrival. I think I can just say Arrival because I love that opening scene as well. Arrival. And then the Barrett Mako rant at the Haunted Hotel. You didn't even really get a chance. Oh, no, you did. Barrett himself talked about it. I didn't remember. Then there's a good reason. I didn't remember you talking about it. Barrett himself was on the show earlier. So if you're just now tuning in, Barrett was on our show. It's pretty great.
Yeah, you're not going to want to miss that.
It was about 3 hours ago.
It was.
A solo Gold Saucer date with a last-minute change from Dragoon King.
Yeah, because the previous one was Red, which was a solo Gold Saucer date. It just made more sense because this encompasses Barrett and Red.
My get hype moment, the Warrior of Hype get hype moment was definitely the Gold Saucer Arrival. That made me feel things, guys. Like, I was so freaking happy seeing that cutscene. It's the very first cutscene. It's a rendered cutscene. So, really cool. And that is going to do it. We're going to rank the minigames next week because I have it going on in my Affinity InDesign or whatever it's called. I don't even know what it's called. What is this called? Affinity Illustrator? The Affinity Designer too, because that's the best. I mean, like, it's a one-time payment. I'm not sitting here paying $60 a month, Adobe. Like, who does that? Who has that money? So I'm going to do Affinity Designer too. Anyways, I got some cool graphics there, so I'm going to arrange that and make my own little tier maker thing. So now what we're going to do is we're going to throw it back over here, and we're going to do our little outro because we have officially hit the end of this analysis. I want to say a big old thank you to my panelist, the Dragoon King.
Oh, where's the button? Okay.
There it is.
Bring out the cavalry one last time for me, Dan, just so I could charge with the glowing light. Hold on.
Got it, man. You got it.
Oh, here we go. Oh, hell yeah.
Oh,
bro,
hell
look, I'm glowing in my green.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Chocobo Cavalry. It's always a pleasure having you guys charge on screen whenever I think to mention you.
Whatever I think to, write it down and put it in the OBS.
Exactly. And thanks for having me, Dan. Always a blast.
Absolutely, man. And then I want to say a big thank you to the Excalibro.
Yeah. My pleasure, bro. My pleasure. That was a little callback to chapter 1 of Remake.
Oh yeah. That's the classic pose there, man. We had Barrett on the show. I can't believe it. So big thanks to Barrett. Hey, I know he's living in the the basement.
I'll tell him.
I think somebody in chat said make sure you charge him $2,000 a month.
If only. Only.
And then I want to say a big thank you to Chad. There's a lot of you that have been here since the beginning of this, and it means a lot that you've spent the last almost 5 hours hanging out with us. So awesome to see that. Thank you for tuning in, and thanks for just kind of supporting and hanging out with us. This has been a lot of fun, and it's been also our first podcast where we had a little disagreements and stuff, but I think that makes it exciting and interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, this is good stuff. So we'll see you next week for, oh my god, oh boy, does this one need to be broken into 2? It's chapter 9.
Yo.
Here we go.
Yo, there's so much.
There is going to be so much in chapter 9, so we'll see you next week for that one. Is it next week, guys? I can't remember, but stay tuned. Next week, Tuesday at 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific if you're there, and then of course in the middle of the damn night for the UK. Like they got a lot of UK Final fans just mad at me. I'm sorry about that. But anyways,
got to start a channel, Final Fan UK.
Final Fan UK. All right, y'all, we're gonna get out of here. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you have a ghoulish and morbid evening. Take care now. Bye-bye then.
Went to the coffin on that one. Are we?
Get your warrior of rock.
We were done.
And go rock this notes and spam them in the chat because we're about to.
Yo, how long is this going on? Oh my bad. I gotta keep dancing.
Take acid.